success in the middle of this furball. Absolute calamity from this.
The winch is going to stall it, and he's done it! He's done it!
Unbelievable from OG, carries the team. How has Carnifex gone away with that? He even gets the second!
Hello and welcome to Reading with Rio. Today we're going to be, no, I'm just kidding. Welcome to PHL Season 2. I am here with two wonderful people, Hyper on this side and Tetra on this side. How are you guys doing today? Let's start with Tetra. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good, thank you. Very excited to be here. Very excited. And I can't wait for Season 2.
Nice. Well, we're ready to get started. And Hyper, you look quite decked out for the EU games, I'll say.
I think I need to do one thing. Is it EU already? Welcome back. Yes. I'm so pumped for this. You know, EU has had such a dramatic change in the scene, particularly seeing two teams who have qualified in the major but haven't qualified in Pro Hubs. Like, this is amazing. I'm so excited to see how they get on against our little community. Well, not so little, but get along with the other teams in our pro scene.
Yep, that's a great way of putting it. And really, we have not seen EU take it all the way. So maybe this is the season that we finally get the EU team going. Maybe they'll get some steam going. But today we're here on the qualifiers, and today we are going to see what teams make it into our 6 open slots. So we've had a bloodbath already, and let's take a look at the bracket and see kind of where our teams are standing and where we'll be going through today. So Hyper, why don't you kind of talk us through the 3v3s that we're seeing on the left side?
Yeah, so we start with, at the very top, you got Krusty Crew, and then probably a team that I think surprised everybody when it came to the closed qualifiers. Q Do Love, they made it through, but yeah, and I'm sure everyone is surprised, they haven't even stepped foot into Pro Hubs, and we get an opportunity to see them. Then you drop down to the next match, Reborn and Upcoming. Both of them haven't touched the stage just yet, but then comes two fire names. Ape Squad, we know who they are from the amazing tournaments that they bring forward. They've signed up a brilliant European team. And then what was known as Beamers is Fnatic. Yes, I think it was today we got that announcement. Fnatic signed Beamer, so that is huge to have. And then, Rio, you were mentioning just a moment ago how Knives, Hammer, and Brisket were getting pushed around. Well, qualified through, and they're going to have to face against Neverloss.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, Knives, Hammer, Brisket, very interesting team, kind of a good friend of mine. So happy to see them running through that bracket. But yeah, that is the upper bracket. We do have some more teams in the bottom half, but we'll go over them later. But we're going to be looking at the upper half right now because we're going to start in a 3v3 format, and then we're going to go to cash out and then back to 3v3. This is set up to kind of mimic what the actual Grand Major will be like. So for those of you watching out there, it is a kind of a test. We're going to see what it's like. But I believe today we are going to get started with Ape Squad versus Fnatic. So I'm not sure if we have their map bans, but if we do, let's they're playing one map, and it will be Fortune Stadium, and, you know, Fortune's one of my favorite. I'm actually unprepared. I don't have my Fortunes up, or I would give one of them to you guys, but I haven't pulled up for the next one. But let's just talk about Fortune Stadium. Why do you think that this is a kind of a good map for the scene? Tetra, real quick, because we're about to go into the lobby.
I mean, Fortune's a great map. It's a mix of everything that is good in the finals. And I mean, it's somehow they've made Hospital not as bad as it is on Seoul. It's still a very hard attack to do, but it's a fun one. I love Fortune. I'm agreeing with you.
That's awesome. And yeah, I do think that for the Hospital's a little less aggressive, but with that said, I think that we're about to hop into it. Any final thoughts before we do? Hyper?
We're going to see a lot of spawn trapping that's going to come into play, particularly if we get onto onto the isolated building, which, let's be real, when cash out's there, it's brilliant. You can lock it down and just play by the jump pad and stop anyone coming forward. But if it's the vault over there, well, that creates that problem. As you can see, what's known as Sector 6, we'll probably call it something else amongst its day. That's really going to be a problem. But I feel a lot of teams like this for its versatility about how you can play it.
All right, and with that, I'm going to pass it off to Hyper and Tetra to cast this game.
Well, what a way to get things going. Let's get it under the way, because off to the races they go. And look at this. It's the start. We've got things going best of one. And Tetra, if you were going to flip a coin and say which side it was going to land on, where are you leaning?
Hey, I am someone that has played against Alone in Paris, and they put up a wonderful fight. My money is on Ape Squad today.
That's a big statement. Say Ape Squad's going to take out a closed, well, taking a major qualifying team. It's, I don't know, this could really go either way, but right now, just testing the water with both sides. They do the tag damage, trying to work out their game plan, but you can see how central Fnatic can position themselves to ensure that Ape Squad can't get any rotation out.
Yeah, Nigiri really able to put some great shots downrange here with the 9-3R. A very, very versatile light weapon. And everyone's sort of just taking their time, breathing, figuring out what is the enemy going to do, what is the plan here. Where Ape Squad are in control of that vault. Can they do anything with it?
That's a beautiful rotation. Quickly get that vault out, and Fnatic's read it like a book, and this is where the true engagement might start to come through. A little bit of tipper and tapper, but eventually Ape Squad will take the first blood.
Enemy spotted down there.
Pushed away as they don't want to lose too much damage and health early on, but now Ghost, he's saying, nah, I'm out of here. Fnatic will take the L, start things off.
Yeah, he is directly out of there. And Ape Squad do a great job of doing what they are in the name, just attacking one player, taking out that first pick, and just turning the tides of the fight instantaneously, not letting that defib come out and taking control fast.
When you have to react, of course, it's always harder than when you have that control, and Fnatic, admittedly, they reacted well. They were able to get themselves in a prime position with height, but you said it yourself, you know, Alone in Paris, his ability to slay and get those kills, that's always going to be a problem. But let's talk about this cash out in the open, and guess who has the height? Who has the high ground, as Obi-Wan said? It's Ape Squad.
Yeah, and the height is high here, as you can see, dealing a little bit of chip bit by bit onto Fnatic as they push up onto this top sector. But Alone in Paris is ready to stop anything that happens here, going down low, and here comes the push from Fnatic.
It's going to be strong, it's going to be dangerous. They're going to get some tags down, but it's all by themselves. It's immediately Fnatic are going to lose one of now Ghost, and this is the second time they've lost first blood in these battles, and it's left them to another wipe. It's always that initial push. One person gets left alone, and Ape Squad turns their head to the solo wolf, the solo lamb, sorry, and they pounce on them, and then you become a man down. Ape Squad's brilliantly sniffing out weakness.
Oh, so brilliantly. And I mean, we saw, you know, Alone in Paris going down to such low HP there on that first engagement. But Donk Rage able to pick him back up with that heal.
More tags will have to go through. I don't think there's much time to get a steal. It has to be a rush attempt if they want to make it happen. Step one, let's get this vault indoors. Oh, the cash out indoors if you can, but there goes the attempt to steal. It is still going through, but it is not going to be enough as Ape Squad gets a third wipe in a matter of minutes. This is not the start Fnatic wants.
No, and you can see on the replay here, the Infuser coming out, just not enough to sustain Naghost in that steal.
Has been a nerf to the H Infuser, and though it's been only 2 ticks taken away, we're actually really starting to see the damage that H Infuser is bringing in, and in doing so, it's left us some predicaments. And Fnatic, well, if you're in this situation, the only thing you can do is leave the round before, think twice and go again because we know that they can qualify. This isn't the fight they want to start off with.
Threat detected.
No, not at all. I mean, they've proven themselves. And it's if they can prove themselves in this situation. As shots ring out up to that high ground on the hotel building. Alone in Paris once again. One of the first to take an engagement. And they're just going to have to reconvene.
I'm going down there.
Quick rotations we're seeing from Ape Squad. They don't want to play around. They know that much like the closed qualifiers from what they've watched before, it is long and endurance based, and no surprise, they want to get right into the thick of it. They want to make sure that they're not waiting around for the next 10 hours that could come forward. They've already been playing before, so these guys are pre-warmed up. They're already fired, but Volt the map found their way in as an ego chow will have to start going through before we get to the cash out.
Yeah, they're just looking for that vault, and Nargos takes down Alone in Paris with those amazing 9-3R shots. And it's down to a 3v2 now. And they're just searching. They're trying to find someone else to pounce upon, and they might have found it as New York stuck in between two members. They take the vault, and they are out of there.
You have to also point out, Donk Rage is in this position where they could play a disrupt play, but that doesn't matter. It looks to be a quick rotation. They're going, nope, we're going to bring this to the other side. We're going to B. They have control, and to be honest, I'm not surprised they want B, because B is in that Sector 6, in that horrible, isolated position, and realistically, Ape Squad needs to nip this in the butt quickly. They need to stop this from going across, because you're going to hand Fnatic a power play and potentially a free site.
Moving down there now.
Definitely. If they get to that hospital, that is almost going to be it. They have to stop it now. And here is what they're going to do. New York jumps over, but the vault is already on the other side. They're going to deposit it if they can. And there it is. The deposit comes out. But Ape Squad are here to stop anything that Fnatic can put up.
Not much time to prep either, so it's going to have to be a straight-on engagement. The Ape Squad, even with a lack of setup from Fnatic, and though realistically Ape Squad could push into here and have their way, they're going to take their time. They're going to understand where they currently are, and that's when the first engagement goes through. And Alone in Paris is left all by himself, and there's 1, 2, 3 quickly wiped off. Fnatic finds victory for the first time, and that's a confidence boost that Fnatic needs.
100%. Fnatic lose the first vault. And as a team that is so competent, you think that they'd win it. But that confidence boost comes through, and now they're in such a good position to win this cash out. This is such a hard position to push. They're going to have to do everything to win back this cash out.
Fnatic aggressively forward. They got that information, now they know which direction they're coming from. They can pinpoint which jump pad is needed to stop anybody from going through, and that's a quick gateway, and once again, Ape Squad knowing how to rotate in. Has Fnatic read this though? The answer, not just yet, but they're taking their time. They're waiting for the tap to come in.
They're waiting for that tap. Sitting alone. Is it about to come out? The C4 drops it down a floor. And now they're on the bottom floor. Nothing more to delay it. And here comes the steal from Alone in Paris. And shots ring out. The winch from Fnatic as New York takes him down. Nigiri up top. Can the trade for his teammate? He cannot as the steal comes out. And it's just not enough as time is running out. Alone in Paris on the steal. Has he got it?
No! Ape
So
Squad
close.
so close! And I can tell you, Fnatic was just playing the delay game. They were sending individual bodies to make sure whoever touched that point was going to get taken off. But Ape Squad was able to get the clear. Unfortunately, a second too late. But that's all Fnatic needed. They're tied up in this best of one. Remember, this is now do or die for both sides to get into that first cash out game mode, which then they get to the top two, can get them in a qualification match.
Yeah, and those qualification match being BO3, it's not going to be as cut and dry as the game we're seeing right here. You have to play that attrition. You have to play for that time.
Talking of playing a time, how about a little back and forth this time? Fnatic controlling the map. They got killed, they spawn out, but that spawn has massively helped them. But once again, we're seeing brilliant rotation coming from April. I feel like a broken record when I see them pull off these fantastic gateways. Ladies and gents, start taking notes, because that's how you get to sites quickly.
Yeah, it seems to be their favorite thing to do. They are able to just transport everything, and transporting shots as well onto Fnatic, onto Narcos, as down goes Rain from Donkridge with the 9-3R. And it's down to a 2v3 as everyone goes down, and it's down to a 1v1, and Fnatic just go down.
I'm getting a little deja vu. Fnatic was in this position for last time they got wiped. They were wiped another 2 times. My skin's itching to the thought of, can they make a change? Or will they have to go to the, not the lower, but the middle cash out? That's the question we have to ask. But with that wipe as well, look at the prep time that Ape Squad can start to put forward. They can start to position themselves aggressively forward like we saw Fnatic do onto the hospital cash out. And this is prime position. This is perfect if you're Ape Squad.
Oh, of course. And I mean, the cash out is already halfway complete. Fnatic were wiped just as the bubble plugged. They're gonna need to speed up if they want to have any chance of stealing this cash out.
Little tap onto point, try and draw some players in. The goo comes out, but this is going to force all the players to see what's happening. Instead, Fnatic reads it like a book, quickly jumps away. And then they can re-aggress, but nobody's around, which will connect, and the shotty will get it done. We say thank you, and Fnatic's already found 2. They've been able to make a break, but there's still 1 alive. They have to commit to the steal. They have to bunker themselves in. The kill will come through. Fnatic steal it, and there won't be time. Ape Squad will be dropped to the middle cash out, and now Fnatic will see the upper brackets.
What an RPG. That was a complete 180 and instantly took out Donkrage. I mean, what a way to finish the map.
Beautiful, beautiful. And I tell you what, I love that when you saw Fnatic on that second cash out, it was slow and methodical, not like how they attacked the first game. When they went for that first cash out, when they went for the first vault fight, it was a little chaotic. It was very much how far can we aggress and push into their lines, get in their face. But Ape Squad have this very nice, unique ability to quickly dip away, move themselves out of these dangerous situations, which then left Fnatic looking left and right. But they twisted it. Come that second cash out, immediately Fnatic slowed that gameplay down. And you're going to hear me talk about tempo quite often in gameplay, because controlling how the flow of game goes, whether you play it fast, whether you play it slow, Fnatic know how to do it, and lassoused Ape Squad in that second and third cash out.
Yeah, such a strong performance from both teams. I mean, Fnatic, as you were saying, on the back foot for most of it, able to take that control. And even still, Donkrage was seeing 6.9k combat score. Pretty high. Hey, he did pretty well. But unable to close it out and deliver the win.
Yeah, it is a difficult situation, but I'm sure Rio's got a bunch load of notes to break that.
Yeah, no, that was a really interesting battle. 2 amazing teams. And honestly, just watching them, it turned into... Oh, it is? No. All right. Well, going back to what I was saying, I was watching these 2 teams. They're 2 amazing teams. They've been in the scene for a bit. And one thing that I really noticed is it turned into a battle of small mistakes. We just watched them. They set up, both teams had a perfect defense. I was watching this. They knew how to kite. They knew how to play it. But it just turned into those tiny little mistakes. And just that one perfect RPG at the end really kind of secured everything. So just a wonderful match. These teams knew how to play it. And yeah, I think that we had a great way to start Season 2 of PHL. But yeah, did you guys notice anything hyper? Was there any kind of play from Fnatic's side that kind of really secured them this win, or kind of what was your take off of that?
I think it was. I want to focus a bit on that cash out three because that really defined the yes or no. Though their first push was a bit spread out, you notice how they were all trying to attack different areas of the map and looking to individually try and grab one of the players, play 1v1s. When they lost those fights, it very quickly reminded them that this game style that they were trying to do on the first cash out didn't work. So instead, they stayed together. They knew there was one opportunity, play force in numbers, because most likely, in the similar way that Fnatic played on Cash Out 2, the Ape Squad would throw only one player to try and play deny, and in doing so, they overstepped, and Ape Squad exposed themselves for an opportunity for Fnatic to go, right, you're mine, and then right at the end, you're mine.
Yep, no, that's perfect. Yeah, getting those one-on-one fights really is important. But let's take a look at the bracket because we've had some games go on behind the scenes and we have some updates. So Tetra, why don't you talk us through who will be playing in the next cash out matches?
Well, the cash outs. We've actually had a bit of a change of bracket. Knives, Hammer, and Brisket have actually been moved down. There was a bit of a mixed understanding, but it has been fixed and rectified. But looking at the cash outs, we have three different cash outs. We've unfortunately lost or are going to lose 4 teams in that lower 3v3 elimination. We're going to these BO1 cash outs, and the team that comes out from this top cash out bracket actually will move on to a position in which they can qualify, which is very, very exciting. These teams are going to want to fight tooth and nail for that spot. It's everything.
Absolutely. And with Cash Out 1, we have 4 teams. We've got QDL, Upcoming, Fnatic, and the Plubers. That's an interesting one. In the second round of Cash Out, we have the Krusty Crew, the Reborn, Ape Squad, and Never Lose. Ooh, they've got a big name to live up to. So those will be the Cash Outs. And production, do we know which one we're going to be watching next? We're going to watch the top one. So, for those of you who don't know, that is QDL Fnatic, mixed in there with 2 teams that we haven't really seen yet, or they might have a new name, Upcoming and the Plubers. So, we're going to change our focus just a little bit. We were in a 3v3 when we started, but now we're going to throw it in where 4 teams are going to battle it out. And honestly, what do you guys think? Tetra, is this kind of going to mix things up? Do you see a team that's going to rise to the top, or are we going to kind of have some upsets happen?
Hey, I'm going to say it. Plubers is a great name, and I'm excited for them. I'm excited to see what Plubers can bring to the table. Fnatic, obviously, and QDLove, 2 great teams. But yeah, Plubers for me. That's where I'm at.
Plubers sounds like a good reasoning for rooting for them. But what about you, Hyper? Any interesting tidbits you want to throw in for this?
The thing is, this Upcoming is kind of the team that I'm looking here, where there's a few names, Double G, Jordan, that really they're good, strong players, and Dyron, another strong player amongst that squad. Like you've got a trio that really can play that upset game. Plubers, as much as their name is probably the coolest name we've had for a hot while, these are very unknown players that they could do what QDLove did in the major and book themselves in, going under the radar and very much going all the way. But I don't know. I want to be so positive about Plubers and create this underdog story, but it's Upcoming that I feel is going to do that. QDLove, Fnatic, we know what they're capable of. We just watched Fnatic. They're brilliant at what they do, but it's QDLove that I really am excited to see. I'm really excited to see the 2 major qualifiers. Like, yeah, I think that's more what I'm excited on.
Well, and those are all great points. I think really just for me, part of the excitement about these qualifiers is the fact that there are big teams that are playing against little unknown teams. So the chance of one of these just popping off is here. We could see Plubers in the next Grand Major. Who knows where this will take us? And that's just kind of the fun of it. You know, this scene has been going on almost 2 years now, and it has felt for the longest time kind of like a closed sphere, like a closed ecosystem where we saw a lot of the same names, a lot of the same talent, and just kind of people were kind of going back and forth between who they played with. But now 80 teams are playing this weekend. that is just ridiculous to me. And that's on top of the 11 teams that have already qualified. So the amount of teams that are playing in here is just amazing. And I think that the potential for somebody to actually take it and run with it is here. And we say underdog story, but I'm rooting for somebody. If somebody's already got a cool name like Plubers, they get a little bit of an extra vote from me. So that is a lot of hype to build it up for this next round, but we're going into cash out. And production, do we know what map we're going to? No idea what map we're going to, but that adds to the mysticism of the match. But yes, Hyper. By all
I just want to add on to your point about a team going and making a run.
Yeah.
Look back one season. Look what Alliance did. They went through qualification, made it all the way through, and made themselves the name they are today. Even take, and I'm going to branch over a little bit to the NA here, but the Kansas City Pioneers, when they were Team Deer, then they changed the name to Team Retwist. But Season 0, they started in the qualifiers. They then qualified 4th in their seeding for North America, and then finished, I think it was the lower qualifiers on the championship run. So very, very much have we had quite a few teams that have come and entered within the league and created that upset story. So I am down for Plumers to do something of the same.
I never thought I would say the word Plubers once in my life, let alone 14 times in the last few minutes. But with that said, we are going to be moving to Cis Horizon. And I think one interesting thing to note about Cis Horizon is the fact that we literally got a patch 2 days ago. Yeah, Thursday. And with that, they actually made a few tweaks to Cis Horizon. If you haven't checked it out, go check out the patch notes. The map designers really went into a lot of detail about why they changed it. There's even some fun little sliders that you can kind of see what it was before and after. So I am actually really excited that we're going to Cis because I haven't seen the new maps played in this level. I've played it at my level, but I mean, come on, I'm nowhere near what these guys are. But Tetra, do you have any thoughts on Cis Horizon? I'll get the direction right one point.
I'm gonna say it. I'm a big Cis Horizon fan. I think Fortune Stadium, Cis Horizon, Vegas, great set of 3 there. I myself am a heavy main, so just all the close quarters, every part of it, it works so well, and it has long ranges, and we might see some good FAMAS users, some good 9-3R, but it also has those tight crevices that teams will just fight and fight over, and especially when there is a very large cash out there.
No, that's a great way of putting it. And have you tried out the new map since the changes? Do you have any thoughts on the little additions? I think it was just one addition on the kind of corner of the map that I'm aware of, and they changed the big cube down. Those are the highlights that I remember. But have you tried it out yet? Do you have any thoughts on positive, negative?
I've actually not tried it out. So far,
shame.
I've opened up the game. And I've played the Heaven or Hell game mode. That's all I've been playing for the last couple of days. That game mode is great.
It's genuinely a lot of fun. I was doing the exact same thing. I was loading up the game and I was just like, oh, I'm gonna play, but I got all 20 matches done on like the first day. But we're not here to talk about Heaven or Else. It's a great mode if you haven't tried it. But Hyper, what are your thoughts? Have you tried the new map? Chat as well. I'll read your comments if you have any feedback.
I tell you what.
Hyper.
I wanted to get Cis Horizon because I love playing it. Again, I play heavy, a little bit of medium here and there, but I kept getting Bunnell. I kept getting Bunnell every time I tried, so I can't comment on it. And also, Rio, I think I bumped into you in one of the games. I don't know if it was you, but I think I sent you a photo. I don't know if that was truly you, but we played against each other, and if it was you, I won.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll have to keep that in mind. I'll have to check my notes. But yeah, so Cis Horizon, I believe that we're loading in now. I'm excited to see what it is going to be like with 4 teams in the lobby, especially as we said it, because there are 2 teams that are kind of unknowns. We're using ranked rules, but with that, I am going to pass it off to the wonderful Hyper and Tetra. Take it from here, boys.
What a map we're getting into. I think it got nicknamed the Pro's Choice for a good while. Every team, and I think every time during Season 1, actually no, Season 0, Season 1, and even to Season 2, we were very, very much seeing everybody picking Cis Horizon, and I don't think that's going to change.
No, it's a great map. It's a great, I think, possibly one of the most balanced maps in the game right now. It just works so well, and everywhere is just so great.
So just for a little bit of understanding, QDL is in the orange. We have Fnatic in the pink. I'm trying to work out which one is. Oh, there we go. Pluber's an upcoming. There it is. But while we're talking about that, how quickly does Fnatic get it done and dusted? 1, 2, 3. Good night to the moon. That's one way to kick it off.
Yeah, I was watching that and thought that Up and Coming were in with a shot. They started off that fight so well, and unfortunately ended up losing that. Talking
We've seen a repeater in play, Pluvers, as we are seeing Wireless deciding, you know what, repeater's going to be the weapon of my choice, and it's doing a good amount of damage. Just needs to hit those shots as he falls down to get it. QDL, though, they've come prepared. They've already gone off a streak of wins. They're not going to slow down. A very quick run to get into a qualification onto into the Stockholm Major. And they want to do the same here. They're not here to mess around. I think their closest rival will be Fnatic, which, when we get to the end, I think a bit of griefing will start coming forward and trying to pull in the likes of Plubers for upcoming into those final rounds.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it happen in the Major. We saw teams that people thought wouldn't ever make it to one of those golden ticket matches make it because of the cash-out system. So it's all about trying to win, but also trying to overcome the other 3 teams that are also trying to just mess up everything that you've built for the last 9 minutes.
Somehow and miraculously, upcoming, even though they got white, have very much found the opportunity to plug in their cash out. So right now they're feeling comfortable, but all focus is pushing towards B, as Fnatic are the ones to hold this down. And guess who they're facing against? Their close rivals, Q do love, as they very quickly realize how awkward this site is. It's going to be very much like what we saw before with Fnatic, and bringing the site outdoors and finding a way to break in.
Yeah, and as soon as they saw the Q Love gang, instantly gatewayed away and tried to get out of there. But now they're going to have to put some pressure on. Q Love are trying to steal this away from them. The high ground on the side of Fnatic, but not much time left on that cash out. Q Love need to move fast. And the steal comes out.
That movement keeps him going, but it's not going to be enough to grant support for his fellow teammates. Every time QDL sits a foot onto site, Fnatic have just found another angle to come back, but now the opportunity opens up and it's both purple. That means it's an opening for Fnatic, but meanwhile on the other side, and coming out of nowhere, Plubers going for the steal, just can't get it, and Fnatic quick to react. Round 1 to them, they take the early lead. All while this is happening, Plubers, they've got, upcoming, they've been twiddling their thumbs. They've been having a really chill time.
They've been having a great time. They have plugged a cash out, and nobody has attempted to try and steal it from them. They are loving life right now. That is free money in the bank for them. And potentially moving on.
If the likes of Fnatic, they're looking at this situation right now. QDL right at the bottom. They want to keep them in this position and somehow help upcoming or Plubers stay securely in second place. Because right now they can start playing the griefing game. If it was too close, then the focus is gain that advantage, gain a little bit of a leverage come the late game. But you can start playing the late game right now.
Yeah. It's all about these sort of final moments. And it seems like up and coming, they're going to be taking that cash box and they're going to be plugging that into the cash out, getting that started, and we'll see. Hey, maybe they have a second untouched cash out that they can have.
I wish I could agree, but very quickly, eyes are looking towards the cash out. Matter of fact, It looks like every single team are going to be there. Fnatic is able to steal it out. Looks like the other Vault is going to go into this direction. But just when you think it's all calm, well, why don't the Bloopers and Upcoming get a little bit pushy amongst each other as they're able to take their lights and medium out in their respective area. But Upcoming quickly got the revive, but fortunately lose Jordan, and their light has to stay on the floor.
Yeah, it's all about this third Vault. It's sitting there in the open, only 40 meters away from the cash out. Will it enter? Are they going to double it up? Doubling up here could result in a very strange final wave of those cash boxes as Jordan goes down. And they're trying to get it away. Up and coming, trying to get that out. But down to 2. Do they have enough to move it away? It seems so. I believe the plug is about to come out.
Take getting some beautiful taps, but the rest of his team just not able to land the shots that they want. Finally, Take able to pick up one. Nolly's able to get the second, but it's all against Fnatic, their biggest rivals, and Fnatic's able to get a player back as well. Sights out in the open, so height is going to be a point here, and in doing so, how about that? Get 2 off. Fnatic might be in danger here. Still's gone through, and Q to Love have found height as well. This is just insult to injury, and it changes the narrative onto its head. Fnatic are going to put themselves in 3rd.
Yeah, an absolute complete spin of everything. QDL went in there, high ground advantage on Fnatic, and yet somehow they turned it around, got up top, and just wiped them. What a play.
Let's talk about this offset though. Look how offset it is. Cash out's done. We're barely even halfway onto that C site. And this will force players to think, right, if I'm Fnatic, I can tap the 5th Vault and I can get the money off it. That's going to put me within touching distance of Q to Love. We could then go for fights and try and overtake them, or we can put that in and force pressure on Q to Love, make them engage, force them to lose 15% of their money. Or do you go to this C site? Do you go and fight and gain extra money, which is exactly what Q to Love want to do, because then it keeps them into that safety net.
Yeah, and that safety net is so important when it comes down to this. This is just one cash out. It is this, and then they're down to the next round, which is potentially a qualification round. So everything is on the line here, and the steal is coming out. The
A little bit of chaos going in. You could already see Q to Love trying to get anything to step on point, but it's going to be a complete team wipe. Has the steal coming in time? It's looking good. It gets close. It's done. Q to Love will take the top of the leaderboard, but now you look at Fnatic, you look at Upcoming. The numbers are close, but you can't rule out Plubers here. And I said at the start, griefing is gonna be a major factor here. And Q to Love, you know who they're picking to go through.
100%. Plubers here, and this is the great thing. They are in control of this final cash out. I don't think there's enough time to get this 6th Vault to a cash out, so this will be the last one, possibly. And they just need to keep control. They need to hopefully not wipe, as I think they know that there will be griefing.
Q to Love can play a bit more aggressive as well. They know full too well that they can lose all their players. But while this is happening, Fnatic are engaging in them. Take left alive in the background. So Fnatic are very much trying to clear out the griefing and take control of this entire map in its entirety. But you said there's no time. Fnatic have put it in. Fnatic are in a position to extend the time and put themselves as a qualification position.
Yeah, that's not looking good for Plubers at all. Even if they get this cash out, they're still going to have to fight for that final cash out spot against Fnatic. And I mean, Fnatic is Fnatic right now. An absolutely dominant team. It's going to be tough.
I know we've spoken so much about the top 2 teams of Fnatic and Q to Love, but this battle has been so back and forth as QDL are going in and griefing their way through. And they take control as well at the cash out. No, they don't have control. They've allowed Bloopers to stay, even though they could steal.
There's still time. Hey, I'm going to believe in my guess. Bloopers still have time to steal from Fnatic here. I believe in them. This is where everything can happen. And we're about to see the steal coming through. Wireless Jose on the steal. Sadly goes down, and it's down to 1. Plube goes down, and Fnatic secure that top spot and go through to the next round, which is the qualification round.
Or if you wanted, for the viewers, we want this battle. We want Q-Love versus Fnatic. We want to see that battle go down. But if you're the teams, you're sitting here going, oh God, now I've got to battle my way through. You've got to fight tooth and nail. But at the same time, there's a little mild relief. Knowing how this bracket goes, it also means less games. They would have to do one more cash out, one of the teams, if they lose the next round, and then they can retry once again. But that was a really back-forth game, and hats off to Q-Love because they started the game on the back foot. They very quickly were able to regain the control by targeting some lower teams early on, but also not afraid to engage against their fellow rivals.
Yeah, and such a shame for Plubers. They will still be in it. They still have a chance. It is just further down the line, unfortunately. We won't be seeing them in this first qualification match.
Yeah, a little bit of a bias towards the Plubers. I think there was a bit of too much love for its name. You said they're still in the game. We could be saying their name again. And what's the tally count, Rio, of number of time we said their name?
Oh, I don't know. I've lost count. But they did give us a good show. And one thing that I noticed about them is that they seem to be very passive. It might be the little bit of jitters. It might be just their play style. But every time I noticed, they were trying to almost like passively third party for the first half of the map. They were trying to like sneak up on them, not them, let themselves be known, and then try and grab the cash out at the last moment. It doesn't really work in this level from what I've seen. But hey, they tried. And at the very end, it seemed like they were about to be griefed in. But hey, it didn't work out that way. They just couldn't get the cash total. But really just an interesting map, and just kind of one of the things that I noticed right off the bat was I saw LH1s. I saw a lot of repeaters being used, more than one. So it's kind of interesting to see. And Tetra, do you think that that's more just because of the map, or are these weapons just kind of really starting to find kind of favor in the higher level?
Well, fingers crossed it's the latter. You know, we've seen some some new additions. We saw the BFR being used there. You know, a great revolver that's being used by heavies now. I mean, we saw the major, and so many people went into the major going, this is the meta. Heavy, light, medium, same guns. And then Ikazo hit, and everything went crazy. And so I think at some point, people are going to start to realize that, hey, maybe there isn't a meta. Maybe there's different guns we can use, different setups. And hopefully this is the start of it.
Perfect. That's a great way to put it. And Hyper, do you have any thoughts on that as well?
I think realistically, I remember when Season 8 came out, I was reading the patch notes, and I put in the chat, hey, the LH1's back. And I am so happy to say that, because the last time that LH1 was meta was at the very start of the seasons. We're talking close, open, Season 1, Season 2, and then I think it was around 3, 4, we saw that nerf kick in and LH1 disappeared. And I've been sad from that point, but it's a viable weapon, and I feel, yes, we're going to see it, but it is very map dependent. We've got to be seeing maps like Bonnell. We've got to be seeing Cis Horizon that these come through. Sorry, no Kyoto, but very much the wider and long range maps. Yeah, I think long range weapons like the Titan, like the LH1, maybe a Pike. There might be one scattered somewhere because it hasn't taken too much of nerf, but a long range weapon is still viable.
Yeah. No, that's a great way of putting it, and it's just been really interesting to see kind of the mix-up, definitely from close to where we are now, and the introduction of the BFR Titan is just so cool. Like, we didn't get to see that in closed, it was banned, so it's fun to see that people are still picking it up now, and I've had some chats with other people. It's just a very high-skill weapon, and basically, when you put it in highly skilled hands, it's an amazingly oppressive weapon, even after the little bit of a nerf we got 2 days ago. So it's cool to see people are still picking it up and running with it, but let's turn our attention maybe to the bracket, because I believe that we have maybe our next round getting set up. So let's take a look here, and yeah, Hyper, who are we going to be seeing next in this 3v3s?
Well, production hasn't
following
told me
the
in the ears. I really, really want to see this qualification match. I want to see it. Fnatic, Q to Love. I think that's the title of the European match. Like, everything else, if no disrespect, we can, be the unknowns, but this is the one known that we can sit here, we can talk about how they performed, we can talk about how they played in the major, we can take notes from the books. I'm ready, I'm pumped. Like, the fact I'm not even making sense right now, it tells you how excited I am for this.
Awesome. Yeah, no, that is a great way to describe these two teams. And we do have another one a little bit lower there as well. But as we mentioned, this is a qualifying match. So whoever does it will secure the first slot of the day. So it is quite exciting and a little bit interesting to see which one of these two might have a longer road ahead of them. As you see, the loser of this will drop back into cash out. And we're basically just going from cash out into 3v3s back and forth for a bit and just kind of figuring out where everybody filters out. So interesting movement as well on the lower half. It looks like the other teams are in their cash out matches right now, so we'll have a little bit more of the bracket filled out later. But we have our matches, so we will be going Sis, so right back at it, and then Nozomi Citadel. So Nozomi Citadel, probably one of my favorite maps to see, just because it's so new, it's so fresh, and it's so detailed as well. That's a whole other side topic, but it's one of the more unique maps, in my opinion. But Hyper, why don't you kind of break down what you think we'll see between Fnatic and Q de Love as we move into these two maps?
I feel we're going to get, from what we saw from their small engagements, is this is going to go to the third match.
Okay.
I'm going to coin it right here. Third map, it's going to go the distance. But I feel that it's going to be quite very slow paced because Fnatic are quite slow when they set things up. Q to Love, they also like to take their time, but when both teams explode and they need to get moving, they know how to create those openings. They leave those good sight lines that, first of all, they can do it at range, but when they can and they need to, they're quickly back on point. So we're going to be seeing quite a few engagements, but at the same time, I feel we're also going to see a lot of long-range engagements coming in. So a 50-50 book.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great way of putting it. I think that these two teams are going to spend the beginning of this map just kind of feeling each other out. We see this a lot where they will even maybe concede the first vault. They just want to try and figure out what their loadout is, what they're running, if they have some strategy. And it's just kind of interesting to watch. So as we get into that, just kind of see they either take it super explosive and just decide, hey, we want to battle these two teams out, or they're going to kind of slow it down and kind of go more of a methodical approach. But I don't know. Do you think that the EU side is a little more explosive, or do you think that they're a little more methodical, Tetra?
I think everyone might agree that the EUs are definitely a little bit more methodical. I think there's a lot more feeling out of both teams. I mean, we saw it again in the major qualifiers. NA they blew everyone's socks off with those close qualifiers.
Yeah, no, that's an absolute way of putting it, and I believe that we are loading into the map, so we're going to get some Sis Horizon action going on. But with that, yeah. Oh, look, there's our map pick. So, Sis Horizon was picked by Fnatic, and QDL picked Nozomi, and then our decider will be on Fortune Stadium. And I'll tell you what, if we make it to Fortune, I will have a Fortune ready for one of you at the end of it. But with that, I'm going to pass this off to Hyper and Tetra, and they will give you the show of a lifetime as we find out who makes it and who goes on.
We saw it once. We're going to see it again. Sis Horizon, the esports map, which I mentioned earlier on. I'm pumped for this. I'm excited, Tetra. We're about to see a game of a lifetime.
It's going to be great. This is the best of the best. This might just be the greatest bit of entertainment anyone has ever going to watch. Ever.
That's a big, bold statement. Literally a big, bold statement, as the vault will get tapped. And as mentioned, and as we predicted, playing at distance, you can already see QDL, Fnatic, sorry, staying a bit far away. They're not wanting to press too far. understand their opponent before slowly creeping up and already getting some damage done. And here comes the pressure. Fnatic flying 2 down to the Titan. Can it get it done? No. Nolly says no. I'm going to get some damage. But Nolly's left alone. He's done a great job, but it's not good enough. Fnatic will take the fight round 1 and also a cash out.
Very, very close there from Noli. Put up a great final fight. And I mean, talking about this just moments ago, but the use of the BFR, I mean, it's a gun that can hit. It does so much damage in such short bursts. It is amazing for a map like this, where you've got long ranges. And as a heavy, you're going to want to deal some damage from far and up close.
Big rotation has to come in. You spawn so far away. Fnatic playing aggressive, meaning that playing aggressively forward forces those spawns to go out wide. So this is why it was taking a while to see QDL get back to point, but they're not wasting time to drop it down. They're not wasting time to force Fnatic back into position. And this is where that stalemate will come through. A little tap, not enough to force Fnatic to drop. But I think this might do. One more drop. And slowly, Fnatic make their way forward.
Yeah, the drop comes out just over halfway done through the cash out. And the steer is just a tap. Getting it bit by bit. But Nargos goes down. Take able to trade. And it's down to a 1v3, 1v2, apologies, once again. And Fnatic able to close out another team wipe.
Having that defensive control will always feel good. Fnatic played patiently, understood that Love are going to try and play around, try and make them move, force some rotations, but Fnatic didn't move, didn't budge in its entirety. So round 1 of this first map in Fnatic's hand. As Love will spawn back in, they won't go for the push. It's a waste of time, waste of resources. They go for maybe an easy kill if it comes in front of them. But the reality will be looking towards Vault 2.
And it's spawned quite far away from both teams. Both teams are jumping in on each other. Fnatic members flying left and right as Nargos is being completely chased by Taeg, able to go down. Packer takes out one, and that is the wipe for QDL, finally able to gain revenge, and they're going to have control over that first vault.
That felt personal. That really felt personal. That was a straight up, hey, yo, come to me. I'm going to fight you right now. And the scrap was brilliant. Unfortunately, this vault will... If they get a good setup, they possibly can get this rotated to B. They do have the gateway. It's gonna come through, but look who's already there, waiting. Another quick engagement will have to come through, and already Fnatic going down on the other bit. Pack will get the burst. Nargos able to trade out and get the revive. What about a second for Nargos to kick things off? He's gonna ace it for himself? No. Had to get a teammate, but Fnatic, wow. Talk about right place and right time.
What the? Nargos, what a play. Able to do literally everything. Gets one, revives his teammate, gets a third, and then just unable to pick up that last one. But it was such a well-played assault there. KDL just unable to do anything.
Going over there.
A push of a lifetime. QDL wants to get this push done. They have a if they push now and play aggressively, you get 2 physical rush pushes at this site. But they only need 1. They only want to do 1. And already information given away as Nolly will say hi and bye as he drops the cash out down. Fnatic will start to panic as they know that already QDL are on their same floor. But they won't make the push just yet.
Just not yet. The steal is coming out though. They're going to stick this. They just let go. And there's the drop once more. Fight about to commence. QDL are actually able to get out of there. They take back that high ground, and they have gone. Fnatic have no idea where they are at. They're about to meet at the stairs.
It's a death trap at the stairs. You don't want to be fighting around here, as already it's going to be one taken away. Now Ghost gets another, and Fnatic once again taking this control. They've done a fantastic job at defending. We said how great their defense is. Can it be done? That's a wipe, and that will be map 1. I don't see it, unless they spawn extremely close. I don't see a rush from Q to Love.
What a final defense. I mean, I completely agree here. I think that is time for Fnatic. They have more than enough time to get this cash out. And there is the crowd chanting down Fnatic to win the first map of this qualification series.
I don't think Q to Love was expecting to go 2-0 on the first round, but you learn from it. It wasn't their pick, it was Fnatic's pick. You expect them to take control of the map, you expect them to win it. But now we're going into Nozomi. That's where you've got to start to think that Q to Love is going to step up. You're going to see them take control of situations, to find a way to break Fnatic's spirit. Because in that round, Q to Love only got one wipe, and that was because of the ego chow that happened after the first cash out came through.
Yeah, and an ego chow that... the ego chow of ego chows, I feel. That was the most unnecessary ego chow. And we'll head back to the bracket just to let everyone know what's going on. But as we go into this second map of Fnatic QDL, we're going to have to hope that QDL are able to put up a fight. Like you were saying, Fnatic, they're going to go into this second game feeling hyped, feeling pumped, energetic. QDL, they're going to have to destroy them in order to break that.
The thing is, I would not be surprised if we see a step up. I would not be surprised if this team goes and puts Fnatic into the dirt for the second map. As I said, I predict it going the distance. I do believe we're going to get the Fortune Stadium coming forward. But hey, my prediction on the finals has been questionable. As wow, are we really predicting it to go through this early? Script's gone through. Script's gone through that it will be a Q to Love victory. But yeah, Nozomi, this would be interesting, won't it?
It's an interesting map. I think a lot of people see it as a map that has so many more open spaces. Obviously, you have closed quarters like Cyber Cafe, but the research facility is just so open. And with a winch being a primary heavy pick on that class, they can pull it out and about and just take that high ground and stop any sort of pushes from arising.
Well, off to the races they go, and this will be a qualification for Fnatic, or we're going the distance. Which one will it be? That is the question we ask, but immediately Fnatic will tap that vault. They start with relatively 50-50 control, and this gunfight will determine the first cash out, because cash outs are on both sides here.
Yeah, it will determine everything, and taking that initial push and cash out will also mean QDL have great vibes if they take it. But Fnatic are coming from behind, and QDL aren't ready. Winch goes out, but Goo blocks it. As Fnatic take out one, Pack able to trade, but they're low on HP. As Fnatic pick up another, and it's down to Pack, last alive, unable to do anything. And Fnatic will take the first team wipe and that vault.
Aggression was the way forward. You saw that they realized that with the way this map is, there's a lot of corridors and openings that you can play around. So why not jump around the building, situate yourself onto that divide line for CNS and Via. Get around there, and then they had the flank. You can go in, you could start attacking them, and quickly Q to Love had to spin around on their head and go, hey, where do these guys come from?
They really were in awe of wherever Fnatic came from. It was a massive turnaround, and we're seeing a very similar thing to what we saw Ape Squad do with their gateways in that first match that we watched.
Quick, decisive, and move fast. Much like this push is already, you can see Nolly getting that early engagement, says thank you very much, but this time they're working as groups. They can get it done, but maybe not. Raimkey able to get one. A quick revive will bring players back, but Raimkey having to run away. If there was a couple more players on his squad, it'd be the ultimate kite. But a steal will go through, the tables will get turned. One more push from Fnatic can come through.
Yeah, and I mean, Take there, hunting down Raimkey, just wanting him dead. There was nothing in the world that could have stopped Take from pushing that man. Instantly took aggression and was able to take out the wipe.
Relocating.
Well, with Fnatic spawning in, here comes the final push. The final opportunity, and they are going fast. They're not waiting around, and very quickly, Q to Love are realizing this is the point. We're going to have to get around this point quick as we can. Goose up. That's going to stop sightlines, and Take is going to call that out. He's going to now have to push in. It's going to be Pack getting the first. Nolly finds the second. Is it a full wipe? Well, it doesn't matter. They push Fnatic off the point. Round 1 of map 2. Q to Love's favor this time.
Yeah, an interesting twist on the first map. 2-0 to Fnatic. And now QDL have this advantage. And hopefully spirits are high. This is the thing. As soon as they take that first cash out, spirits will be higher. They will see that last match as forever ago. And now, hopefully, will come with a lot of aggression.
Bit of a solitary vault this time. Don't really want to be the team over in the building, because you're left with essentially a shooting range that could come off it. You go towards C, you try and push across, bang. Q to Love will have that eye. They will know where it's coming from. You go push towards them, well, they're already in the building that can shoot you. It is a trap. And QDL, they're saying thank you to this, but a quick rotation will allow a bit of an opening. And I tell you what, it's just made things worse. QDL from Take has found the rotation, caught the rotation, and no surprise, Fnatic having to hide and stay indoors, which comes the pincer maneuver as slowly QDL will want to finish up the job.
And here comes that pincer maneuver. The vault being taken by Take. He's just going to take it. He's going to run away with it. QDL aren't going to try and wipe here. They're going to go and just take the cash and leave. But as I say that, Pack is being grappled in by Raimkey. And a fight is ensuing, it seems, as one goes down, two down, and now Nagiri, the coined member of Fnatic, is here to try and clean up what he's missed and is unable to. QDL take that vault, take another team fight, and we'll get that plugged.
Don't worry, I didn't ignore the weird fight that was going on the bridge. It looked like that one of it looked like that Raimkey was stuck on the goo. He couldn't jump to the side because he would jump off the map. He couldn't go back because if he went over the boulder, he would get shot by Ngosti. It became this awkward stalemate that no one wanted to push. I genuinely can't describe how weird that fight was.
Danger down there.
It was something. There's definitely things happened on that bridge.
So we're gonna leave it on the bridge, not allow anybody to talk about it, and it's like leaving that the chocolate bar that you didn't mean to have, but you brought it with you in the car. You have to kind of leave it in one of the cup holders and look at it.
And talking about looking at it, Fnatic will do anything but look at the enemy team as they are face to face, wiping them one by one, as Noli, last alive, is just trying to end his life. He doesn't want to be here. Fnatic are keeping him alive. 2 by 2, he's trying to jump into the fire. He gets it. He's being witched out. He's being witched out. Trying to find an exit, and down he goes. The delay of maybe 20 seconds there. Successful from Fnatic. And that might mean that Fnatic get this next cash out.
That's the most BM piece of play I have seen in the finals ever. And listen, I've got a history with the finals, and that takes a lot to beat. Oh, that's so good. I don't even know what to say about that.
I said it was going to be great entertainment. We have just witnessed a masterpiece.
I'm gonna go down to there. Enemy spotted up there.
If I'm cute to love, I'm wanting to log out right now. I'd be. This is done, and this is not something I want to see. But they still have one more chance. Fnatic still sitting on that match point and qualification point. So this is huge for them. They can still win this here, but vice versa. Q to Love can force that final map to come through as we open that third vault, and it changes from an Ego Chow to a Vault Chow.
Yeah, that vault is going to be key here.
Dangerous cash out
But
B.
QDL are still staying back. They're sticking behind the scoop. They're going to let Fnatic take this vault. Because they know that Fnatic have to push through them to get to either cash box.
It's deja vu. It's like when being pinched into the operations center that they were fighting for last time. It's near impossible to get out. And that's exactly what Q to Love are trying to do for a second time. There's a bit more rotation that Fnatic can take, so there isn't that, oh, I'm stuck, I can't get out. But you're going to take a lot of damage, and that will use a lot of resources, as the rotation from Q to Love will be just as quick.
And there is the vault thrown to the building we were talking about earlier. Stuck inside our Fnatic as QDL push in. Pack goes down and Take also low, but Noli. Heavy goes down and it's down to Take the Light. Last alive. Is he able to do anything? Gets one. Can he pick up a second? Light v Light. And the Fnatic Light beats him out. Nigiri able to take down Take.
Nigiri's been that little troublesome guy that you just don't want to bump into every step of the way. May that be just tickling the damage or just getting the job done. Hats off to him. He is one player you don't want to fight with. Oh god. I thought we were about to see the greatest sacrifice of all time. Jumping off the edge of the building.
Danger up there.
That would have been possibly maybe the most heroic thing to ever happen, or the worst possible idea ever.
Worse. Definite worse, but it definitely is not off the books. But this, again, leads to this really awkward situation. It's like playing Hospital on Fortune. It's one way in, one way out style of information. You can go a different direction, but there's always somebody who just has an angle, has a number. That's Raymake to do the job, getting the damage done. There's another from distance. It feels so good. It looks to be one last rush. Q to Love. Can they in any way even get past the bridge at this point?
Who knows at this? We've seen so many bridge fights just on different bridges of this map, and it might come down to a final bridge fight. The BFR Titan really showing why it's something that shouldn't be messed with. Putting great shots downrange from Rainkeep. And really,
Like I said, at least it gives us a good montage. It
That's
100% will make things very interesting as here comes that final attempt, that final push that they have to do. They've done a brilliant rotation to get themselves on site, but Fnatic are going to barricade themselves in, going to stick close together. They know all it takes is one wrong move and this could be the end of the game, but Q to Love, they're not bothering about them. They're getting straight to point. They see the C4, the tap will explode it. Now they can go for the proper steal, but with them being pushed away, it's not going to help. A quick move onto the site. They go for the steal. Is this going to bring them up to 2 down? It's done! Fnatic will qualify into Pro Hugs.
what a final push. I mean, really sort of putting all their energy into it. And one by one, Fnatic, masterclass, taking out every member of QDL to push them through. They're in PHL. They're in the league. They have made it.
Brilliant, brilliant. And I tell you what I love from how Fnatic played that, you look at the second vault to get the transition from vault to cash out, it all was lining up for QDL. QDL getting the first, the QDL looking and going, right, we've got you cornered. They're literally doing a dirty dance thing. Nobody puts baby in the corner, tries to run out and then gets put back into the ground. But then very quickly, how the tables turn. Fnatic, well, no, they don't turn just yet because Fnatic have to then do a similar situation. They get that cash out started, but then instead of being backed into the corner, they use the corner to its advantage. They limited the number of entries. Fnatic played the map perfectly. They played it well, one hiccup, but other than that, hats off to them. They really controlled this game.
Yeah, I couldn't say it any well as you just did. What a series. Really on the edge of our seats the entire time.
I will be disappointed though. I did say map 3 we were going to get. I'm sorry for false advertisement. You can sue me, but let's be real. I wanted it to go the distance, but Rio, it was a blowout.
I even had a fortune pulled up. I was ready to go.
Wow.
I really thought they were going to go the distance. I thought QDL was going to come back. They seemed to really get it going on that first cash out, but sadly it just didn't work in their favor. Just a few notes that I wrote down. Kind of both teams were pretty explosive. Like there weren't a lot of lulls in the fight. There were a couple in the beginning, but as soon as they met, they just exploded into it. And it just seemed like some just amazingly quick gameplay, which is kind of what you would expect. Just kind of flashes. Really just interesting how QDL struggles when a teammate goes down. They seem to kind of scramble. They seem to try and play together, but as soon as they lose one person in that group, they seem to just branch out, try and go for a res. And I think that they just need to kind of work on what happens when it's just two people. Those are just kind of my quick observations. My other ones on map 2 are Fnatic delay on the second cash out, brutal. I just wrote that down. I'll let you dive into that in a sec. And the other one really is just the BFR hits hard, because watching as QDL was trying to make the approach on that last cash out, it just felt like that BFR was just shutting them down. But those are my thoughts, and we'll start with you, Hyper. What did you think about that matchup? Was anything that stood out to you just at first glance?
I think realistically, as I kind of mentioned before, it's map positioning. I think Fnatic are more refined on where they position themselves in and how they fight in it. And even when they do put themselves in disadvantaged situations, how you get out of it. I still will want to go back to what we've just saw, that vault to cash out rotation for the second round on Nozomi, sorry. That for me was definitely not Fnatic's finest moment, and it was again a masterclass of using the map and the way it's laid out to put pressure on your opponent. So I don't want to diss QDL. I don't want to say that they did a bad performance today, but it definitely wasn't what we've seen before.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great breakdown of the two. And Tetra, let's talk about that moment in where they got the stall. Let's just break that down there. Was that a little bit of griefing? What did you think? Great level gameplay. What do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, what a play. They had the wipe down. They could have killed Noli, but kept him up, and that actually ended up winning them the cash out. They delayed so much that QDL didn't have enough time to come back, regroup, and attack it again. And hey, I'm going to say it. That won them the match. I'm going to say it.
Yeah, I think that's a great way of putting it. And with that, we have Fnatic that has qualified as our first team to make it through for Season 2 of PHL. So I think let's take a quick look at the bracket, and I think we're going to take a quick break. In just a second. All right, so there we go. Unfortunately, QDL might have a longer day ahead of them, but they gave us quite a good run. And with that said, we have 3 other teams that are going up in this upper bracket here. The Plubers and Upcoming, one of them will go on, and the Crusty Crew and the Paper Cuts, and then Ape Squad and Knives, Hammer, and Brisket. Hey, they've made them a little bit of a run up to the upper bracket. In the lower bracket, the elimination matches, so Reborn and CIS Gamblers versus, and then on the other side, Legion and Team Ospu. So we will be saying goodbye to some of them real quick, and they're going to work their way through that bracket. But with all that, we are going to take a very quick break as we get set up for the next rounds of cash out. So stay tuned. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to PHL Season 2. We're in the open qualifiers. We've had some teams go away, and we've had one team qualify, but we have a lot more coming up today. My name is Rio, and I'm joined by Hyperactive and Tetra. Hey, I got it right. I pointed in the right direction. So, let's talk about what we've seen so far. We had Fnatic make it in. They've qualified. Hyper, break that down real quick for us. Just a minute about what we just saw if people just missed that match by chance.
Yeah, if you did miss the QDL versus Fnatic fight, well, you missed a very entertaining match. First map, a little bit of blowout. Sis Horizon was Fnatic's choice. They had much more dominant map control, positioning this cash out in very difficult positions that couldn't allow QDL to manipulate it back into their favor, and it was just walking into sightline. So realistically, you kind of have to ignore map 1. But when we went over to Nozomi, that's where it started to get closer. That divide between who could have control of the map started to come through. But even with, and we've repeated it God knows how many times, that second cash out transition from vault to cash out and demonstrating how you can corner somebody at the end of the day, you don't put baby in the corner. And immediately Fnatic showed how they can overthrow and get themselves back into the control and demonstrate how a corner can be useful. But realistically, Fnatic, I wouldn't say they were playing on easy mode, but they made it look easy.
That's a very good way of breaking it down. They did make it look easy. I think that the Fnatic just had a really good defense setup, and it just breaking through it was really difficult. I think QDL did the exact same thing. They've got good defenses, but I mentioned it earlier that it seemed like when they lost a person, they kind of scrambled a little bit, and then they would go down one after the other, where on the other side of things, Fnatic seemed to be really kind of sticking together closely as a team. They'd get the immediate res off, and they would really just kind of help each other get back at it. So just really interesting play style. So we will see more of Fnatic, but also that means that QDL is still in the running. So let's take a quick look at our bracket real quick. And yeah, Tetra, bring us through this. Not the bracket. We're going to take a look at this match. So Tetra, talk us through this real quick.
Here we are.
Now we have the bracket.
The wonderful bracket. And it's just been confirmed. We got Reborn, I believe, in that lower cash out. But here we are in this next cash out phase. Like we were saying, we go 3v3, cash out, 3v3, and now we're back to that cash out best of 1. We have the one and only QDL just saw lose 2-0 to Fnatic. So they're going to have to try and regain that hype, regain that energy, and come back through. Plubers, a favorite, just mine, but a favorite. And we've got the wonderful Krusty Crew. We've not seen Krusty Crew on stream yet, but we have seen Ape Squad, who went up against Fnatic, the only team to qualify so far in that first map that we saw. It went pretty well. I think Ape Squad are gonna shine in this cash out situation. We've got upcoming Paper Cuts, Knife, Hammer, Brisket, and Reborn in that lower side of the cash out. And everything is still to fight for. Anything can happen here.
Yeah, no, that's a great breakdown, and really just looking at it, this one is going to be such a fun match to watch. I mean, like we said, we haven't seen Krusty Crew, but just looking at their kind of working their way through the bracket today, they've done pretty well. So this will be exciting. They could be a potential dark horse in the running from this group. Everybody knows Ape Squad, everybody knows QDL, but we still have two that are relatively unknown. And chat seems to love the Plubers. You seem to have hit something perfect with the name, and I mean, what is that? That's a little bunny. Like, that's a perfect image as well. So we've got a lot going for it, and I really hope that we see them move over into the 3v3s. And production, remind me real quick where we're going, because I think we're going to Bernal. Is that correct? We're going to Bernal. So, Hyper, you have a lot of thoughts about Bernal. Spill them. Spill the deets, spill the secrets. What are you feeling?
My knowledge of Banal is because every time me and my friends try and play, we always somehow end on Banal. But it is, to be honest, it's one of those style of maps where it goes against the current of other maps. We see a lot of the maps that are in the finals that is very vertical. You play up and down. You very much can manipulate the cash box from height. Now, there is an up and down game mode or suspended structures that you can play in Banal. Whether we get that version, whether we can start to play this vertical gameplay as well, begs to differ. But even so, even with those suspended structures, you play very horizontally. You want to be attacking side on and be able to create these sight lines that you can go at more of a angle downwards, but still in from the side. And that's the kind of change in strategy you have to do. So teams who are good at playing Seoul, Fortune, Monaco, or even Skyway, which has still a good amount of verticality, are going to struggle here. They're really going to see this map and take a step back. Plus also being a cash out, which not every team are good at.
Yeah, no, that's a great way to sum that up. I think that it will be kind of a lot more chaos, and we haven't seen a map like this. We haven't seen just kind of more level playing field, and we're going to see just can the teams adapt, and I think it's a great kind of test as we move on to see if can they make it through this best of one. One note though as well, sadly we don't have these suspended structures right now. They had to disable them in the latest patch just for Bernal. I think there's something about a rendering issue. I could have the map wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's Bernal. So we won't see that variant today. But it is still kind of one of my favorites. But with all that said, do you have kind of any predictions there, Tetra? What are we going to see? Any team that you're kind of rooting for? Let's take the Plubers out of the three that are remaining. I'm sorry, I have to. Let's give a little bit
Plubers were
of time
going
to the
number
other three.
one. I think
Who's your number two then?
Let's be honest. Number two, obviously Plubers number one. I'm going with chat. Plubers are number one. QDL are definitely going to do. I mean, QDL are just an amazing squad. They've shown how they can be so powerful. And even though they've done a sort of lower-ish bracket run, Ape Squad as well are a team that aren't to be messed with. They are strong. So in that order, Plubers, QDL, Ape Squad.
All right, strong words from Tetra. Let's see if they play out.
Well, we're going to the lovely areas of Mexico, and I tell you what, if you're wanting any nice food, Mexico is probably the best place to go for it. But if you want some great action, Mexico's still the best place to go for it. As mentioned, a change in style of gameplay. Only the highest building here is the chapel. And even then, it is only 2 floors, and that is what's going to change in that mindset. I think it should be quite a close game. And again, there is going to be that possibility of griefing, bringing maybe the Plubers or Krusty Crew into this game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. We saw it almost happen in that cash-out game we saw prior. Plubers almost going through. Fnatic, though, able to stop them and take that spot in the league. And we're seeing a bit of damage being dealt out from both teams. It's Ape Squad on the other side of the map, actually almost losing all 3 players, and there it is. A wipe already on the board. Ape Squad go down.
Not a great start if you are Ape Squad. They're gonna kick themselves. Thankfully, lack of money and minus 15% Ed doesn't mean anything at these early stages, but the morality of it is going to hurt, and you don't want to be in that situation. Meanwhile, QDL has demonstrated how the LH1 is so beautiful and why it needs to stay. Wait a sec, is that an arrow in him? Have we got somebody using the bow and arrow?
Hey, I am excited if there is a bow and arrow in the game. This is gonna be great.
That is crazy.
We're
A
being
bow
told
and
by production, Ferios on Krusty Crew is the light main with the bow.
I don't care. I already love it. You know, off the meta strategy is what happens. You know, take Llama. He came out into what was a shotgun-dominated meta in Season 0. He came out with a sledgehammer. I'm talking of coming out strong. Ape Squad returning the favor, saying, you know what, we need control. Theater is theirs, and they're going to manipulate that cash box to be out in the open.
Yeah, and Theater as well. Very, very strong to have that in the open. Many teams love to play on that high ground. Slow that down, and here it is, the bow in hand. Ferios with it. Can he do anything? Can he stop the push from QDL? As they're going to have to try and push and swap sides on this cash box, and the steal is coming out.
Gotta get a perfect headshot, or just move the cash out just a little bit away, not allow anything to come through. QDL will have point at the moment, but while this is happening, Krusty Crew is desperately trying to find some cover. They've got a building above. This steal could be good, but it's not gonna happen. Nolly's causing them out so quickly, but the bow and arrow is gonna find one. Can it find the second? No, it can't. Only Crab left alive on the Krusty Crew. It is also against Pack and Nolly. Nolly getting down low, but a quick heal from Pack will keep him alive, and the unfortunate opportunity will not go through. I don't think we can rule out this Krusty Crew.
No, not at all. I mean, we saw some great shots from the bow there. Able to take down the heavy and take down Noli, but unable to do much else. But maybe we will see them in the future. Maybe at this next cash box, maybe, who knows? Able to do some real damage with that bow.
I tell you what, QDL demonstrated perfect kiting. Really separated the Krusty Crew, and in doing so created those beautiful 2v1 situations. And I love to see I don't love to see a disadvantaged gameplay. I want it to be even. But for the team themselves, QDL are gonna say thanks. I'd much rather that than being fighting on an even playing field.
Yeah, and talking about fighting on an even playing field, this fighting is not happening on any sort of even playing field at all. Height is being taken by both teams, and it's 3 teams fighting. We have got QDL, Krusty Crew, and I believe Plubers all trying to fight over this 4th vault.
Well, that means 8 squad are going to have a walk in the park, but no, QDL are rotating away, I think, very smartly, not wanting to go into a third-party situation is, oh, that's a multi-feed of different colors, but the Plubers are the one that are going to take the biggest hits, as Plube is the one left alive. He needs to survive to maintain the little cash that they do have, and also get his team back in.
And here comes the bow. Everyone wants to see this work, but the plug is coming out. QDL and Ape Squad both in control of the 2 cash outs currently going on. And it's going to be up to Plubers and Krusty Crew to push. And will they be pushing the same cash out? It seems like Krusty Crew are going to try and rotate round QDL, but are taking shots. They're going to have to get out of there fast. Otherwise, this might look bad for Krusty Crew.
It's all going to be down to kills. Doing the maths quickly in my head, if it stays as it is, Ape Squad and QDL, first of all, will have to fight with a number of kills to gain that advantage. Then, most likely, they're going to force a stack to come through to get one of them out of position. If, though, this gets stolen by Krusty Crew or Plubers, just one, then the team that is on the top will happily grief and keep one of these lower teams in, but it carries that chaos. Yeah, there's multiple scenarios right now.
Multiple scenarios on how this can end. And right now, we're in the scenario where Plubers are actually getting kills. But we see Donkridge able to take out 2. And it's down to Ape Squad. They're having their cash out stolen by Plubers. Plubers are doing the unexpected, stealing from afar, as Wireless Jose is able to get the steal. And now it's down to Ape Squad to get this back. Not much time left, though. Just under half.
Ape Squad will go for it though, but very quickly the Plubers puts a barrel in. It's not enough. Yes, it is. He's forced them off. Plubers are in a prime position to put themselves into 2nd place if they keep it going. No, they might be shy by a few hundred, but nonetheless, they are in a prime position to fight. Last few seconds to go through. And while this is happening, even the top dogs, QDL, are being stolen. It's being stuck. Krusty Crew, oh, they can't get it through. And it would have tied everything up. But the team wipe has just ruled them out at even... Well, it hasn't fully ruled them out, but it's made life so much harder for them.
Yeah, so much harder. And there it is. Plubers picking up the cash out. It's quite an even playing field, but QDL heavily in the lead. Able to do damage to, I assume, possibly Ape Squad. They want Plubers in there. They know that Plubers are the weaker of the 2 teams right now in 2nd and 3rd. So they're going to do a bit of griefing.
Yeah, Plubers will want to keep these vaults out. If they can keep the vault out, they're happy. They're done. They keep it aside. If they're going to allow anybody to touch it, it's going to help with Q to Love. They're going to help Q to Love to plug it in if they decide to do it. And there you go. Look how quickly the Plubers are running this away. Actually, they're running it towards A. They're willing to commit to the fight.
They're gonna try and plug, it seems. I think their mindset is if they get the cash out, they're gonna have to force one of the teams to double up. But never mind, Krusty Crew are going to also deposit. And QDL, if Krusty Crew don't get any kills here, QDL are still gonna be in first place here. They might not have to worry about Krusty Crew.
They might not worry. It's going to be close. I'm trying to do caster's maths in a mix of a game. Not the most accurate, but it is very, very close. It takes one team wipe against QDL, and they are guaranteed to have to fight again. Right now, they can grief. They're safe at the moment. But your Krusty Crew are probably wondering, where's the gunfight coming from? When is it going to happen? And there's the first blood, as it is going to be the member of QDL, Pack, over aggress. But his teammate running away, kiting them away. Whether this allows an opening for themselves to go and steal, no. It is just try and force the Krusty Crew away.
And fair enough, as Pack goes down enough in engagement, could have been bad. Talking about wiping as QDL, you do not want to wipe here. And here comes the fight. Plubers, high ground as Wireless goes down and another goes down. Dog Crate with 2. They have been wiped. They're still coming out, and that is going to the Ape Squads. But is it?
They stepped off for a moment. Yeah, they stepped off temporarily. I think they were repositioning. But while this is all happening, what QDL Loves made their lives harder. In terms of rank of who is stronger, Ape Squad and QDL are the top 2. They don't want Ape Squad here. They don't want that opportunity. So they were fighting the wrong people off the bat.
And it's only 20 seconds left in the round. QDL Love are hiding as best they can. They do not want to wipe here. Plubers will need to do everything in order to stay in here, and it's just not gonna be enough. Pack goes down, trying to grief a little bit, and there is the cash out successful from Ape Squad. QDL and Ape Squad are moving on to the qualification match.
For those who are rooting for Plubers, their third party, beautiful. They are probably the kings of third party and know how to quickly steal something from underneath everyone else's nose. But a lack of aggression, a lack of confidence is definitely showing when they're facing up against some tier 1 kind of level players, which QDL are. Ape Squad, 2.5, you know, sorry, 1.5. They're getting to the tier 1 bracket, but very, very much. Plubers need to be more aggressive. They need to be... They work well together, but they also need to be confident when they separate. Because much like we saw QDL when they were fighting Fnatic, when they come into a disadvantaged situation, they crumble. And very quickly we saw those numbers and those kills go against them. So something for the Plubers to look onto, but we get to at least look at QDL and Ape Squad advance on to the next round.
Yeah, that was a wild cash out. It really came down to the very last use. My mic sounds bad apparently, so I'm going to pass this off to Hyper. Break it down what we just saw.
Yeah, it was a lot of engagements that started afar, and then it was all about rotation, quickly getting it in, and then it's setting up. Once the setup started to come through, we saw teams demonstrate their strength in defense. The only thing that really changed that narrative is when teams gravitated towards the same site as others, and we had 3 teams fighting over 1 cash point, which did allow Plubers to end up victorious and take that cash out away. Otherwise, it really was quite a standard demonstration of the top 2 teams showing their mechanical skills, definitely frying and slaying within the server, but also their map knowledge. Again, pre-positions, defense over the cash out, but I did worry for QDL. They were attacking the wrong site. They weren't going for Plubers. when realizing that who they were attacking was not Ape Squad. But that'd be my only criticism, is one mistake that didn't really harm them.
Yeah, and maybe my mic is working better now. Testing. Yeah, anything? Let's see. A little better. All right, we'll run with it. I don't know what's going on, but hey, I'm not like the teams in that last battle. They definitely knew what was going on because that was intense. And really, as I was saying before, it came down to the last few seconds, and we really didn't know who was going to take it. And then Ape Squad finally came in there, and they got a little bit of cash, brought them in, and yeah, it just kind of really was a wild match. Looking through my notes. We did see again that the plebes are they were kind of very passive. They really didn't know kind of when to get in there, but they just kind of very slowly made their way in there again. Kind of weird third party. But let's take a quick look at the bracket. And Tetra, you want to run us through this?
Well, yeah, we're now on to another qualifying / elimination session. We're back to 3v3. Cash Out is completely out of here now. And we're back to 3v3. Ape Squad and QDL, being the top two, will face off in that qualifying session with Knives, Hammer, Brisket, and Upcoming in the other side. They came from that lower side of the Cash Out, which sadly means Krusty Crew and Plubers will be fighting it out for elimination. Same with Paper Cuts and Reborn. Two teams that have made their way through the bottom side of that bracket, trying to fight their way out. And this is going to be another one where they will have to figure out, can they make it out? Can they make it to those final qualifying sessions in which they might be able to make it into the Pro Hubs League?
Yeah, it is really all coming down to it. And those bottom those bottom teams there are really kind of fighting their heart out. I don't know who we're going to say bye to, but it is kind of getting sad because we did find some love for the Krusty Crew and potentially the Plubers, but we'll see as they battle it out. But yeah, I'm happy, and I think that we're going to be seeing the Knives, Hammer, and Brisket versus Upcoming, which will be interesting. I'm sure everybody wants to see Ape Squad versus QDL, but Knives, Hammer, and Brisket, they actually do bring a sledgehammer. I'm not sure if they're bringing any Brisket,
yes.
but it's a fun one. I'd love to see if they have if they have it to kind of go the distance, because come on, who doesn't love a sledge? So with that, yeah, I think that we're going to be going there. I'm not sure the map just yet, but it will be quite fun. What do you guys think about the sledge? Is it in a good place? Is it in a OP area, or what do you feel, Tetra?
Well, I said I was a heavy main earlier. I'm going to admit it, guys. Yeah. This is a safe space. I'm a flamethrower heavy main. I'm so sorry, guys.
Ooh.
So
Okay.
using off-meta guns like the flamethrower, the sledge, just are... they're my bread and butter. I love using a bit of off meta, and the sledge can deal damage. If you are in there when there is a sledge heavy, you aren't coming out. You are being turned to mush. That sledge is going to beat you.
Well, what do you feel? Is it goo or winch? Which one is the better one?
Ooh,
Winch.
Winch is good. let's be real. Winch is the best.
You don't want to go full off meta.
There's advantages to both sides, though. Like, you can go goo, and we saw this in the major close qualifier. There is an advantage because the defensibility that it can bring forward. So I'm not opposed to people bringing out goo, using it to essentially barricade themselves in or make it harder for other teams to get onto point. However, site manipulation is such a key area of the function of the game that physically moving that site into an open area, I feel, is more viable than bringing goo. However, I don't know if you guys have seen this, because it really is quite an interesting thing to do. But DMAT with goo and a jump pad, you can manipulate a site really well with that.
Yeah, no, those are good points, because definitely cash out manipulation is one of the fundamental things in the finals. And I really do feel that goo doesn't lend as well towards the winch claw, but as you pointed out, it is not the only way of manipulating that cash out. But from what I saw in closed, I really felt that the goo played well in cash out, but it just didn't do as well in 3v3. So it might be just kind of more of a format dependent thing, or it might, I'm still kind of the hope that maybe it's just something that people haven't figured out all the way. In a game that you can create and destroy, it's interesting that the create component isn't as well like fleshed out. Like people don't use it as much. So there's this kind of hope from me that we will see that change and that goo is going to be kind of adapted more. But like I said, there's a lot to see, a lot to tell, and yeah, that's a lot of hyping it up for what will be. I believe that I average one of the people in Hammer, Brisket, Knife, whatever they were called. It brings goo winch, or no, I'm sorry, goo winch, goo hammer, and I've been on the receiving end of that a few times, and it is brutal. And yeah, absolutely will not play against average anymore. But yeah, those are my thoughts. Maybe we have the map from production. We can talk about that a little bit. No, because they are still waiting on the map bands. And of course, it's average that's slowing everything down. We're going to Bernal, and yeah, let's just go to you, chat. What is your favorite combo for heavy? Do you like the winch? Do you like the goo? Are you guys a goo believer? I'd love to read your messages.
Can I throw a spanner of a weapon and essentially a gadget? And I want to kind of gauge people's opinion because I'm the type of guy, I've put it in the reserves for the moment. I've been running a lot of meta. I've been running Barricade, Goo, and Rocket Launcher. But can we appreciate Pyro Grenade and how good it is to fend sight and push people off?
Pyro's great. I prefer to run the Pyro Grenade other than mine, but yeah, I think that it's good for really being annoying is what I would say, you know, because I tend to kind of turn that corner and just boof, you know, instantly caught on fire. But yeah, Pyro definitely has its place. We don't really see it run a ton. We did see it used a little bit in closed. I believe maybe it was, yeah, I don't remember. One team was running it, but hey, I've yapped enough. We're going to get to it. Look at this. This is the map. We're going to Bernal. You're going to get to see a Sledge main do his thing. But with that, I'm going to pass it off to Hyper and Tetra. Take it from here.
Well, if there's anything about destruction, we brought the right tools for this. This is the game for it. It's the weapon for it. I'm pumped. I'm looking forward to a Sledge getting out onto the field. I feel it's been a hot while since we've seen one in competitive play.
Yeah, and I'm not going to tell this to Rio because I think we might never talk again, but I was going to bring up Charge and Slam, but
I think we might not talk again.
I think it's good. I think people hate on it.
Follow me.
It's one of those. It doesn't hold the best of
Spotted an enemy.
functionality. Yeah, it gets you out of place as well. Yeah, it does a little bit of damage, but it's not viable enough yet. But talking about viability, how about these little tickle fights, as I like to call them? Just squaring up, getting the position in the right places. Why not use a human bait of average as a way to draw some players over?
Exactly. Very gladiator-like. Smashing his hammer on the floor to beckon over the other team to come fight him like a man. Come fight me on my terms. But the cash out is slapped in, and it's gonna start for up and coming. They're gonna have this control.
You know that Knives, Hammer, and Brisket are 100% waiting for an opportunity. The up and coming are all grouped together, that they can jump out and just capture them all. That is their objective. And in doing so, well, this is one way to force them into a similar situation. As a little bit of demolition and reconstruction goes through, Cashbot gets dropped down, and here comes the seal.
Yeah, I thought, hey, maybe they're gonna drop it down one floor. But then they started to drop it down another one. The sledgehammer is showing why it is such a powerful weapon in the hands of people that can use it. Because it can deal so much destruction. And like you were saying, the creation and destruction part of this game, he's got both. Average man can create and destroy, and he's doing a lot of destroying right now.
Map position may look like Knives, Hammer, and Brisket have it, but realistically, up and coming, playing it well. They know who they're up against and keeping their distance, which, to be honest, I don't blame them. As soon as Knives, Hammer, and Brisket move, guess what? Up and coming moving as well. They know their opponent, but I don't think they realize that the gateway was still there. Now the Sledge can start coming into play. Why would you winch him closer? As eventually Average Man will find the first. There's a second for the Knives, Hammer, and Brisket. Get them out of the server. Good night, sweet moon.
Oh my! What just happened? The mid-air goo catch to kill in mid-air as well. That was the greatest 1-2 punch I have ever seen. to do that, Average Man is a master of goo. You know, we have a Carzo as, you know, the goo university, but we've got a professor over here. We have got the person teaching the lessons over there.
Or is it the student who has learnt from the professor?
Possibly.
It could be that way around. We don't know. Has Kazukazo gone and taught Average how to do it? I don't know, but I love what I see. But you say that. Can we also appreciate that it's a heavy light? I don't think we really pointed that out. It's a heavy light, and there's throwing dice here.
Yeah, an interesting combo, and we saw someone trying to put some invis light on the map at the major, but we've got grapple light, which is a very interesting choice. I think a lot of people love grapple in casual for the mobility, but here in competitive, it's not seen as much. Dash is the main specialization when it comes to light.
Yeah, there is that unpredictability when you use your grapple. You don't know how it's fully going to swing. Is it going to move you in that correct direction? Are you going to latch on to the right area? And I feel that's why people stick to Dash so much. But again, we're seeing this work. Right now, it is early stages, and we do have to be mindful of that. But upcoming are really struggling to find a way to debunk this weird and wonderful method of gameplay. They're able to pick off one as Kikuan stuck into the ground, and a revive will have to come through and allow them a free plant to go in. But right now, it's all in favor of the Knives, Hammer, and Brisket.
Yeah, I think, like you were saying, up and coming are really struggling to deal with this very off-meta play, and specifically Average Man, who is just so aggressive with his heavy gameplay. You see most heavies wait it out and then at the right moment strike, but Average Man is creating those moments to strike just by running directly at the enemy. It's a very, very interesting way of playing, and it's working so well against up-and-coming.
A little opening, more reconstruction starting to go through, and I love this steal. Get a little bit of goo underneath you, you can then start to go and capture it from above, and it makes it just a little bit harder for upcoming to deal with it, as a couple of taps has allowed pieces of utility to be used. Now that they're going to take some time to recharge, do you go for that counter-offensive? The answer? Not just yet. Let's create more of an opening. Let's start and catch them off guard. And I tell you what, they might have found themselves a little bit of an opportunity to go and push forward, as immediately Knives, Hammer, and Brisket get close. And what does upcoming do? They keep their distance.
They do, but it seems like, though, that everyone is pushing in. Dairani has gained some space and is pushing into that sledge player. And here comes the Brisket goes down, and that is one member down from each side, as everyone is moving about using gateways, trying to gain an advantage. As Kikawani goes down, and it's down just to the heavy. The res coming out, though, onto Brisket, and it's now going to be a 2-on-2.
A good quick revive, but it's just been caught outside as Average Man now is taken away. A last minute. Well, I'd say that's a very ambitious steal to come through, but it's now tied up for map 1, as it will be a round for the upcoming. I like how this game's going, how quickly upcoming realized that sledge is really too dangerous to get too close, and how they very quickly stay away.
Yeah, I mean, Dairani winched in Average Man once, and then has not done it since. Really learning from their mistakes and taking distance. And here is the distance as Brisket goes down, and they're going to be gaining distance as Jordan goes in, trying to deal with this sledge, trying to evade it. And there is the other light, just down to Average Man now. The sledge in hand. Can he do anything? He's going to emote on him and jump off into an RPG.
Yeah, just poor timing in terms of the spawn. There's nothing you can really do. I guess the best way to describe it is you've just been the finaled, right? There's not much you can do. You walk into their sight lines. They've already picked off the first. You're scrambling to stay alive, and yeah, just I don't want to say just end yourself, because that sounds really negative in life and in that. Yeah, just respawn.
Just respawn.
Just respawn.
That's just the finals. Just respawn, guys. Just go again. It's fine.
Well, cash out A underway. We already got through the first eighth of the cash out, and we can see Knives, Hammer, and Brisket getting that early damage down, as the throwing knives, when it taps the head, is mightily powerful. Hate them when I'm playing against them, and I'm sure so is upcoming.
Yes, I mean, Silas goes down to less than 1 bar of HP due to that knife. But it seems like Knives, Hammer, and Brisket are going to be taking space. Average Man is creating a little safe space here, and is ran straight into Jordan. Goes down to that RPG, and they're going to be able to get the res off. Up and coming, go down as Brisket takes another, and it's just down to Dairani. They're heavy. Can they stop him?
Going over there.
And there
Maybe a bit of goodwill. Oh my! What a capture in the air! And that steal's gonna come in perfect timing. I was thinking, that goo can't shoot that far. Yeah, it can.
We're learning new things about Goo just in this game. This Average Man is putting up an amazing performance and just sticking people in just completely stationary, and being able to use that sledge to great effect. It just is an absolute masterclass.
I feel we need to change the name of Average Man, because this performance is far from average. It is splendid, but talking of splendid, how about this quick rotation? Because they've got to be quick to get onto point. How about first pickoff as well? One of the lights is gone. Brisket and Average Man left alive to try and keep things going. No T-Fibs can get them back in the game, but time's run out. There's not enough time. They went for the kills, and they took too long. Map 1 for Knives, Hammer, and Brisket. They've had a tough run. But right now, they're one set away. They are on qualification map.
Yeah, and this means everything. Because if you don't win here, you have got 2 more shots. But is it still going to work? The 2 more shots. Will people be eliminated? Will you go up against a harder team? I mean, QDL, they more than likely will win this qualification matchup. But what happens if they don't? You might have to face them in a further round. Anything can still happen. This is really means a lot to these teams.
Yeah, and especially being names that aren't big, you're not established, you're popping off onto the scene. This is the do or die. And especially if you're Knives, Hammer, and Brisket, you want to make sure that you are popping off early on and getting this done and dusted with a 2-0. But I feel it's going to go the distance, don't you think?
I believe so. I think I want to see a third map. I think we deserve it. I think we want to see Hammer for at least 3 goes.
There we go. I think that's a good way of putting it, and I definitely love to see some good bonks in my day. So yeah, looking back on that map, really the highlight was the midair slam. Like, that was impressive. That was incredibly hard to do. I'm a CL40 main, and it is still even hard for me to hit somebody in midair when I jump up there. But he did it with Goo and then got a hammer off. Somebody clipped that because that's amazing. And yeah, just really. One thing that I noticed as well is that they seem to smoke the point, and I'm talking about KNB Knives, Hammer, and Brisket, or KHB, I should say. They really just seem to smoke the point anytime they were going for a steal, and I found that was interesting. I wasn't sure if they were running that as a utility or if they just threw it on, but it was just a good way of causing a lot of chaos. They would try and bring that vault or the cash out all the way down and then kind of create just chaos in that final layer, and it forced everybody from height to kind of jump down. But I also noticed that that's where they were struggling. They were struggling at any point where they just couldn't get the other team to jump off from height. So that's just kind of what I saw, and we're going to be going to Skyway next. Skyway is interesting because it's kind of a rooftop battle kind of map, but Tetra, what do you think that we'll see as we load into this next one?
Well, like you were saying, rooftop battles, it's going to be very hard for Average to push and get and close that distance. So it's going to be hard. Maybe we see him change it up. Who knows? I don't know how dedicated he is to Goo Sledge. It seems pretty dedicated. But he's going to have his teammates help him close the gap and help him gain that space. Because otherwise, it's going to end up, possibly, with Up and Coming taking a point.
Yeah. And Hyper, did you want to say something?
I want to kind of build on that. I know we're saying it's going to be really hard for a sledge to really perform, but quickly in my head, I just realized if the way to counter this, they have 2 lights that could really move around. If they can quickly get that vault in to the cash out, drop it straight to the floor. And then it becomes that level playing field, and they've got the person to do it. They have the sledge to drop it straight down.
Yeah, no, their use of sledge is just really exciting because it's very innovative and just kind of a way that we don't see. In this game, there's a lot of destruction, but it's been for the longest time DMAT or, using the red barrels or anything around. So with that said, we have loaded into Skyway Stadium, and I'm going to pass it off to your 2 casters, Hyper and Tetra. Take it from here.
Well, if it's going to be a difficult journey, why not make it here on Skyway? 3rd map, if I recall rightly, that Embark made for the finals. And I tell you what, mixed opinions when it came out. And I definitely had some mixed opinions. But it really has become a staple map now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Skyway is a wonderful map that really shows all teams' capability in different combat situations. There are so many different ways that a team can fight here. And it already seems like a fight is breaking out.
They spawn so close to it. I don't think I've seen a spawn as close as that before, but Tap already going through is going to make life a little bit easier, and of no surprise, you are starting to see Knives, Hammer, and Brisket. They're playing indoors. They don't want to go outside and engage. Meanwhile, up and coming, they can start getting a little frustrated here, because they want these kills. They want the wipe to make their rotation easier.
Yeah, and you saw right there, they pushed up to that rooftop and then went, oh, we're playing against Knives, Hammer, and Brisket. We need to back off here. They gained that space and immediately gave it up. They don't want to ever enter a room with that sledgehammer in. Otherwise, it will just spell death.
Slowly, we're seeing them eventually get the movement of the cash out. And this, well, the direction where Average is going is looking to go B, which again, you can create this entry point. You can stop people from pushing up so easily as Jordan. Wow. Okay, I wish I had that form of accuracy because that was beautiful.
Yeah, Jordan seems to be absolutely hitting his shots with the ARN. A wonderful gun to use as Silas cleans up Average Man. And now it's just down to 2 lights. Can they do what a heavy could do? It doesn't seem like it. They're all going to be running away, and the res is up on Average Man.
Cashbox hasn't been started, so this is a bit of an ego chow, but also at the same time, it's an opportunity for whoever side wins will get the upper hand in setup. And all of this is happening, of course, Average Man has had an opportunity to coin, and the knife hits perfectly, and there comes another lifeline for the Knives, Hammer, and Brisket. They wanted to play indoors, they're getting their wish.
Yeah, most definitely getting their wish. And we saw during that fight, Average Man, and I believe it was Silas, jumping about on a jump pad, just trying to evade that hammer, as that would spell disaster. And it's just down. We're seeing similar things from what happened in Fnatic's game. And they delay the kill as the cash gets deposited.
I tell you what, even though it was a delayed kill, it was delaying the point to get in. The vault never went in until after the team wipe came through. So hats off upcoming because they've saved themselves a truckload of time. Unfortunately, that's still 20 seconds that Knives, Hammer, and Brisket are using to set up, as you can already see. They are destroying one of the pathways.
Yeah, just from that overview angle, we saw so much rubble on the top of this building. It really just shows how much damage this sledge can do, not to people, but also to the building that is around them.
Even more destruction, opening up the roof. A deliberate, it feels like a bait that Knives, Hammer, and Brisket has put forward, because they know that upcoming will not step forward unless they get one pick. Also see some fire on the point as well, which is going to massively help, but they've drawn out Average Man. A little bit of kiting, but very quickly up-and-coming realizes, no, we're not going to get baited for this. Let's refocus back on point, but they need to get rid of that C4 before doing anything.
Yeah, getting rid of that C4 was the main issue. And now they have it, but it looks like the The point has been made a maze of just rubble. There is so much rubble, it is almost hard to pass. As Average Man is being attacked by 2 of the members of Up and Coming. Gets away just about. And it's now down to time. There is not much time left in this cash out. Maybe 10 seconds. They need to push now.
There comes the steal. If there's only hope coming in, you don't want to allow the sledge to come through. Jordan able to take one away, but is there enough time to get the steal to come through? Down to a slither of health.
Oh.
It's done. And Up and Coming. Round 1 to them. All while, and I have to give credit, Knives, Hammer, and Brisket map manipulated perfectly. Just unfortunately couldn't get that last push.
Yeah, down to those final moments. Knives, Hammer, and Brisket are going to be absolutely devastated about that. Losing it to the final seconds. Just needed some more knives. Maybe rename the team to Knives, Knives, and Hammer.
More knives, more distance, more range. Yeah, I like the sound of that.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, why don't we drop this vault down, put it in the hands of a very nimble Light, and let's get this vault on the move, because the next step is kind of going outdoors. And if you're Knives, Hammer, and Brisket, it's their kryptonite right now. They're literally stuck by their own choice, because they know they're going to die if they step forward.
Yeah, they're just stuck. And again, they're destroying each building bit by bit. We've destroyed one, we're now destroying another. As Up and Coming are actually destroying the enemy team. Brisket, the last alive for Knives, Hammer, and Brisket. And is just trying to evade all the members of Up and Coming, unable to do anything as he goes down. And Up and Coming are in control of that vault.
I think this is going mana. If A is where I think it is, yeah, it's by the mana. No surprise, it's out in the open. You can literally stand on top of that building, get sightline all around. It makes sense. It's a complete no-brainer to put this towards mana. If you can destroy a bit of that of the outhouse, yes, golden. Really, I'll be straight up here. I would call the game here. Quote me on that.
Okay.
Quote me.
I will quote you on that. It's definitely a hard push, but I think we have that hammer in play. This is going to hopefully do a lot of damage to that building. Maybe bring them out high ground, and we'll see if they can do anything about it.
First, get to the building. If they can get to the building, then I will spark hope once again. Then I will change my opinion, but right now they're still stuck, all on the outside. Little progression as they start to push up like a military unit, going wall to wall. They've got so far. Now it's that final push. Can they get across the little gap towards the flying bullets? They start to get a little low. Brisket, only a slither of health left, but they find their way in, and now hope starts to rejuvenate as they can fight in that close quarter environment.
Brisket low on HP, but Average Man is going in there with the sledge. Locked one in place with the goo, but is unable to finish it. It's down to Brisket, last alive, low HP. This could be it. If a wipe here could spell disaster, and it could mean 1-1 going into this third map. Brisket needs to do everything to keep this dream alive, and it's not gonna be enough, it seems. Half HP, and it's 3-on-1. There is the wipe. And it doesn't look like Knives, Hammer, and Brisket are gonna be able to do much left on this cash out.
No, it looks done and dusted. Even with 20 seconds, you will spawn in. Not enough time. And that's an insult to injury. They're putting this point even further away. They're putting it more into the open. Yeah, it's going to be all even. And ladies and gentlemen, we go to Nozomi to go and crown the qualifier. It's going the distance.
We said we'd get 3 sledges out of this, and we will be. Very excited to see what happens on Nozomi. Again, a map that has a lot of distance. We'll see what happens on this third map.
It's going to be interesting with Nozomi because of its mixture of open and closed nature. once you get indoors, there's a few sites that 100% are stacked up quite nicely, and we saw Knives, Hammer, and Brisket play that vertical gameplay really well, where I thought you could knock it down to the bottom, you'd be safe, all good. Now, leave it at the top, play within the buildings, and just slowly crumble everything around you, and then it drops down step by step, keeping it away. It's beautifully well done, playing to their strengths when they knew they're on a map that heavily disadvantaged them.
Yeah, a big map. And I mean, again, this was an up-and-coming pick. It's that philosophy of they picked it. It's pretty bad if they don't win it. And so we're going on to Nozomi as this final map. And we'll see. Sledge is, like we were saying earlier, and you were saying just a moment ago, Nozomi is a very large and open map with a lot of close quarters in the middle. And we were talking about that building that you can never get out of. Maybe the Sledge changed that up. Maybe we won't see bridge fights because people are scared to be dropped into the void by the Sledge.
Oh, now you said that, I kind of want it to happen. Just imagine the clip that comes onto it. And I just hope that he has a waving emote when that happens as well, because that's the most toxic thing I can think of right now. And that's going off already that Nozomi's already had probably the biggest toxic moment of them all, where Fnatic kept QDL alive just to waste time. So we have an opportunity to get a rank 2. We get a rank 2 strategy, but Nozomi, Sledge. Yes, I think it can happen. Throwing Knives, I think it's a good balance to have Throwing Knives on here because it is that mix of long distance and it's also got that QCB feel around it. I'm intrigued of how this is going to turn around, and I'm actually torn. I don't know which way this is going to throw.
Yeah, it really is anyone's game here. And just a reminder, if you're tuning in, this is the qualification game. The team that wins this map here will qualify into the Pro Hub League. So it is literally anyone's game. They are fighting for glory.
Off to the races they go, and immediately we can see a nice 50-50 split. So map control is going to be vitally important on who's going to claim that advantage, and also determining which zone you want to go to is a quick gateway to high ground is exactly what both sides want to do in the engagement. Well, why don't we do it in the offices, around the stairs, as an immediate damage comes through. Jordan down to low health, but quick damage onto Average, doesn't matter. Let's get the Sledge out. Another goo. Why don't we slap this guy into the head? Average with 2 to kick things off.
What an opening duel. I mean, I thought, honestly, that was going the way of upcoming. You know, Average Man was taken down to low HP and then instantly turned the tides. That goo is so devastating. As soon as you are locked in there, there is nothing you can do. You are stuck there for at least a second of just waiting. And you hear the shark. You hear that little duh-duh coming from afar. And it is the Sledge around the corner.
I'd rather not saw come around the corner, but if that's what's coming at me, I gotta deal with it at this point. We go to the Operations Center, and last time we had a point at Operations Center, it was Fnatic, and they kept everyone out. This time round, it's almost encouraging you. Welcome to my home. Welcome to where hell is about to spawn.
Hell, where the devil is a Sledgehammer player.
That and a bunch of knives. Yeah, that does sound like hell, I'm not gonna lie. Nonetheless, we're seeing upcoming, again, taking it slow. They've always taken this initial approach with a pinch of salt, knowing that they're just looking for the best way in, but the knives will get it done, and, well, you got a Sledge right next to you and a shotgun to do the same amount of damage. One apiece, a light and a heavy taken away, but this creates that opening, an opportunity to reset, recoup, and come back into it.
Yeah, they're gonna need to reset. They need to get that Average Man up, and they do. That heavy is so vital. Lights are so easily able to deal damage, but it's that center. It's taking damage away from them, and Jordan takes out one of those lights. as Average Man and Kikuani goes down as well. It's just down to Average Man now as he goes down, leaving it to Up and Coming, taking the wipe and the cash out.
Can we just note as well? Have you noticed the weapon changes that Up and Coming have made? We have an M11 out. We have the SAG out. They've changed from playing to distance, and they're saying, right, we're gonna challenge you head on. We're still gonna have a little bit of distance, but at least we can now get up and close and fight you in the same manner. So that mindset is a biggest non-aggressive ego chow that you could even think about. And that's gonna play into Knives, Hammers, and Brisket's mindset.
Oh, totally. I mean, we saw it in that team fight. Average Man winched into the firing line of Durrani, who just absolutely wiped him with the SA-12. And I mean, unable to do anything was Average Man. He had him gooed, and the sledge just wasn't enough damage to out-damage the SA-12.
Knives, Hammer, and Brisket. They have height this time. Just waiting for a tap to go through. I say that, no, the tap has gone through. It's been rotated away. But has Up and Coming realized? The goose on the outside is going to give a little bit away. That they know that they're around. But then they were going to realize that, well, they're going to start chasing you down, and just like that, damage goes onto them. And Average Man, well, he's going to do his job. I think that's going to be the tech onto, yeah, Jordan.
Yeah, nothing Up and Coming can do. They just saw Sledgehammer Man jump towards their teammate, and literally nothing they could do. They tried to put damage out, but unable to. And they're going to have to regroup as Knives, Hammer, and Brisket are able to get the tap on. And they're going to have control of this second vault.
Calm before the storm. Another little setup that you can start to play. Remember, both sides, they only have to win this map and they qualify through. Right now, Up and Coming, qualification point. That is where they stand. One more round and they can call it a day. They can put down the mouse and keyboard. They can put down the controller, whatever they are using. A joystick if you're really that crazy. They can rest. But that fight will not be easy. Another strong rotation. And this is going to C.
Yeah, directly to C. And Knives, Hammer, and Brisket are about to face the storm that is Up and Coming. But Silas actually almost drops down there. Destruction comes out. And he's able to put some shots back on the other side. But the vault is still up and grabbable. Nobody in control right now, as Knives, Hammer, and Brisket are looking to create a fight.
Right now, Knives, Hammer, and Brisket know that they're not going to be able to plug this without risking their life. So it makes more sense to take control. And what a bait and switch. Oh, that is beautiful. Oh. Knives, Hammer, and Brisket literally was preparing to go for the fight. They were going to move things around, but instead, they left the vault around. Upcoming said, you know what? If you're not going to push in, we'll nick this and go to our more favorable site. Hats off to quickly knit steel.
Yeah, what a turnaround. I mean, they saw them go into the building. They knew where they were, and they went, hang on a minute. Nobody's guarding this vault. We can go take that to A and just turn around the fight. And they have. They're in control. It is now Knives, Hammer, and Brisket on the back foot. And this is their last chance. This is the last cash out. If they lose this, they will not be qualifying in this stage and will have to move on to another stage to qualify.
A long road ahead of them. As the initial pushes only finds just tag damage, but look how spread out Upcoming is. They're playing distance. They know that by playing this cross angle, it'll massively help them. What is Sullis doing up top? That is a huge angle, and they're just trying to get the damage onto the rest of the goose, so it falls, but he jumps onto another one. This is beautiful. It's an impossible position to get rid of, and you've got to react so quickly from it.
Yeah, really playing that high ground to another level. You'd think maybe they'd be playing on top of buildings, but Silas has been able to take another world of high ground as they both trade a kill, and Knives, Hammer, and Brisket will be the one to be able to get the revive, leaving it a 3v2.
Only a quarter, about 6 eighths, 7 eighths, I don't know, some little time left. And all they wanted to do is just get rid of Silas, because Silas is going to be a thorn in the rear end. They start to tap, he's going to start coming with them, but finally gets dropped to the floor. Damage will go down. Is the heavy there ready to get the attack? No. And Silas will escape with his life. And in doing so, delayed enough time. The up and coming are here. Now comes that steal. Goo is out. The dome shield's out. It's going to be everything. The kitchen sink thrown onto point. Is there enough time for the steal to come through? It's been winched away. No. And it's done. Up and coming will qualify.
What a a push there. We saw an amazing glitch grenade come out from the side of up and coming, completely slowing down that steal. I mean, there was no cover for Average to sit anywhere, and that resulted in up and coming getting the winch, getting the kills, and taking that final cash out.
Beautiful, beautiful play from up and coming. How well they adapted. Looked sketchy at first. Knife, Hammer, and Brisket definitely went full pelt at the highest gear they could possible to really upset upcoming. But so quickly did they adapt. They decided to play more further away. They, excuse me, took advantage of height and sightlines and went 2-0, 2-0. That's beautiful to see.
So beautiful. Complete reverse sweep there from the side of upcoming. We saw them lose quite aggressively in the first map, I must admit, to then completely flip that on its head and win quite confidently on these last two maps has been amazing to see. They've really dealt with that sledge well and figured out how to counter it.
Beautiful work. But it also means we can, again, congratulate upcoming for qualifying through. It's been a rough road for them. They've not had an easy pathway. Meanwhile, Knives, Hammers, and Brisket, they're going to have to go back into the mashup, see what they can do from here onwards. Can they go and qualify? I think actually at this point, it is another best of three they'll have to fight where they have another opportunity to get through. But we'll look at the bracket in a few moments. And as we bring everyone back together, I'm speechless at how powerful the sledge and Goo works together.
Yeah, that was an amazing matchup. I was really rooting for the sledge. It seemed like he really figured it out. There were so many just dirty plays that really felt like they shouldn't have worked, but they just let him get away with it. But it was fun. It didn't work out in their favor, and I think that you guys really started to hone in on what happened, and it seemed like they just started targeting Average. That was their goal. That was their game plan from game 2 on. It was bring down the scary man with the spoon. And as soon as they did that, it really just turned into two lights, and they could get him back sometimes, but it just seemed like they struggled. But one thing that I want to point out is how crazy they are on manipulating and moving that cash out as well. On the Skyway map, we saw that the Knives, Hammer, and Brisket, they moved the cash out outside of the building. Like, they set up a little goo nest and then pushed it off, and those are just setups that are just, to me, absolutely wild. We also saw Average doing that as well. He would kind of go outside of the building in an area that you would fully expect somebody to die. They had just jumped off, but no, he goos himself to the side of the wall, stays there, and kind of climbs up. It's just impressive. It really is some fun next-level gameplay that I really am enjoying. But with all that said, they didn't make it on, and they've got a little bit more of a road ahead of them, but that is to congratulate Upcoming. They did it. They are our qualified team. And looking at the bracket, it looks like Ape Squad also made it through. So, Tetra, take us through the rest of what has happened on this bracket.
Well, unfortunately, to the dismay of many people and myself, Plubers have been eliminated by Krusty Crew, unfortunately, in the lower side. And Paper Cuts also make their way. Reborn also are eliminated. But on the side of the top side, Ape Squad beat out Q to Love and make it into the league. They have also qualified. Wonderful play there. Doing a great job. And now we're back onto these 3v3s with the best of 3. It really is up to still anyone's game. Q to Love versus Krusty Crew. I think Q to Love, a favorite, is very much going to win. And Knives, Hammer, and Brisket, we haven't seen much of Paper Cuts, but I think Knives, Hammer, and Brisket are my favorites. very, very strong teams.
Yeah, I think that this is quite amazing. We've got 4 teams all trying to make it into 3 slots. So there's going to be one heartbreak, but a lot of these teams are probably going to make it through, which is quite exciting. But before we jump into that, we are going to take a very short break to get all these teams in the lobbies and get things set up. But everybody stay tuned because we have some very intense and fun games coming up. So we'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm pretty intrigued about how will go. QDL versus the Krusty Crew. We know QDL are good. We know they've qualified, but it almost feels like they're losing at the final hurdle. And pressure, and I feel the all eyes looking onto them is what's making them fumble right now. Meanwhile, the Krusty Crew, being this little unknown team that we've seen once on stream, they're not doing a half bad job. They're keeping themselves up and running and keeping themselves going. And I've got to say, looking at probably predicting this, I would say it's going to go the distance.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of presenting this. I might have been muted before, but not on Discord. So anyway, we're going back with it, and Sis Horizon, Citadel, and Fortune. This is a great lineup. I'd love to see this go the distance. I'd love to see us go to Fortune Stadium. Honestly, I haven't given out a Fortune today. We've seen it one other time, but before we got started, we actually kind of mentioned that we really haven't seen a ton of variety in the maps today. It's been very kind of a small pool. What do you guys think, Tetra? What are your thoughts on kind of the map so far?
I think so far we've picked, or there have been a lot of picks of very good maps. I think so far we haven't seen a map that is, very hard to push. Maybe apart from Fortune, but I'd love to see some Vegas. I'd love to see some Vegas. Someone pick it, please.
Yeah, Vegas is such a fun map, and it was played a ton during close, so I don't know why we're straying away from it today, but maybe we'll get our luck because we still have another group coming up. But Hyper, any final thoughts before we load into the map for these two teams to battle it out?
If we get under construction Seoul, I'd be happy, but we're not going to have that just yet. We've got a head-to-head that I feel is going to be a lot closer than it appears.
Well, let's find out as we load into Sis Horizon, and I'm going to hand it off to Hyper and Tetra. Take it from here.
Well, if you're looking for a study case, this is definitely one that you need to study up on. It really is the battle of the Master versus the Apprentice. David versus Goliath, however you want to view the story. It's a qualified team into the Major versus a team that, well, we've not heard of until today.
Yeah, and a team as well that, don't forget, are running light bow. A very strange setup, specifically in competitive. We'll see if they can get some use like they did in the games we've seen prior.
Well, the bow definitely managed a lot of damage before when we saw them last time round on the cash out, but now you go into that 3v3 situation. I feel even just a shot will be enough to do a lot of damage as it just goes to prove my point. And already one of them having to duck away, and that's a take wanting to just stay alive and splitting up the whole of QDL.
Yeah, Take though, coming from behind. Is he able to disrupt much? It seems like they're regrouping. QDL regrouped, ready to take another fight. And we'll be trying to get this Volt out of there. But it seems like that half of QDL are doing one thing and half are doing the other, as Krusty Crew are going to be pushing in on QDL, all on half HP.
It was the attempt to try and get the gateway forward, try and get that rotation going forward, but Nolly down to a slither of health. That's the second time the Krusty Crew have been so close to eliminating the first player. We're still waiting on first blood. There it is, and it's going in favor of Krusty Crew. Getting taken down, and in doing so, that's all you need from the Krusty Crew to rotate out of here.
Yeah, they got their one. That's all they needed. They're going to get out in there and plug that in. They know QDL will have to go for the revive. They're going to be using a defib on this, getting them up a bit quicker, and just gaining that. They need to come and attack that cash out. They need to gain that space. Otherwise, it's not going to look good for them.
That's smart. For those who are a bit lower level on playing the finals, knocking that cash box down means that if you try to steal it from the side rather than the ends, you're still going to expose yourself. Brilliant small manipulation, and it's small things like that could make and break in this game. But QDL again getting peppered up early on and very quickly because of where the position are. Krusty Crew, They're going to get right into this, get all close and personal, and Nolly goes down first, a little whack with the hand, and already Ferris says thank you, and done like that, QDL wiped once again.
What a fast wipe. It went from myself thinking, oh, Noli's a bit low HP, maybe he moves out the way, and then instantly, Crab takes advantage of that, drops out with the winch and the dome bubble, and just takes space. Ferris able to deal some amazing bow damage, and they were able to just take control and just run the tempo of that fight, able to win it.
Detected down there.
Have we just also realized that Cartson is using a revolver? He's using the R357, and he is playing at distance, but just when we're talking about it, how about a drop of a catch box has gone down 2 floors, and he allows everyone to get up close and personal again. Nolly, first blooded against himself, and that's huge to open things up, and just like that, Nolly will get revived, and no surprise, they're probably going to try, and well, they were going to go in grief, but no, get the kill, job done and dusted.
Yeah, very, very strong first cash out there from Krusty Crew, showing that maybe, hey, QDL might have qualified for the major, but over here in PHL, it's a different situation. You are never safe when it comes to the games like these, and Krusty Crew are really showing that anything can happen.
Realistically, there's still a few teams that were knocked out the major which had big financial backing behind them. Take 5 Fears, you know, they got knocked out, so that's just an example of how easy it is to not qualify in the finals, because it is, especially in cash out, it's a game of a little bit of luck here. But when it comes to those 1v1s, well, QDL showing that they're struggling. Every time they've been in these situations, they've lost out, and just like this, they're losing out a bit more again, down to Ferris, but he will too get knocked out.
Yeah, all about showing up, and QDL are able to show up once more. They're able to get a wipe, and they'll likely get this plug. Meaning they'll have control of this first cash out, giving them a better advantage going into this cash out. And fingers crossed, QDL, they need to win this cash out, otherwise it's 1-0 to Krusty Crew in this series, and we'll be going to Nozomi, the next map.
I'm not going to say no, as I said, to go the distance. The LH1, oh, you make me happy as it fires away. The iconic sound that comes with it. Does only a little bit of damage, gives away a little bit of information for both sides. But right now,
Enemy spotted down there.
with only take on top of this building physically, it would take a little while for the rotation to come through if that steel starts to go in.
And it's a big if here, as Krusty Crew are trying to battle around this height and figure out where they can take space, and they have taken space. Crab has winched the cash out into control of Krusty Crew, and QDL have to push in here. They have to push fast. Barros takes half HP as Hanoli is actually in with everyone. The SA-12 unable to do much as the heal beam comes out, keeping Crab GPT up, and it's down to Take as he gets taken out by that revolver. A lovely shot. And that is Krusty Crew taking control. QDL have one more shot at this cash out.
Oh, that was disgusting. Disgusting shot.
It was disgusting.
Oh, I felt that go through my heart as well. Oh my. I'm going to take a shower later on. That, can't deal with that.
Was filthy. That
Nonetheless, Krusty Crew on a situation where it forces QDL to rush onto site. There's going to be no thinking. There's going to be no brain power here. It's just, what can we do to get onto point? What can we do to go for the steal? They look around it. They know it's a C4. Now the steal gun starts to go in. Goo is around. It starts to go on fire. You can't even climb above it. It's still going through. Has it been manipulated? Has it been stopped? It has. QDL loses map 1.
Such a strong showing from Krusty Crew, a team, honestly, going into this, thought would be absolutely stomped by QDL, a favorite in this bracket. And yet, here we are, Krusty Crew taking the first map of this series. And we're going, possibly, to map 2, hopefully map 3. We need to see QDL put up any sort of pressure they can, because right now, it's looking like we'll only go to 2 maps.
Can I think I've got this right. Production, correct me if I am wrong. but QDL lost their own map pick. They lost something that they were supposed to have control of, and Krusty Crew upsetted it. And to lose on your own map pick is horrifically bad. And it's a little exaggerated, but it is the worst thing you could see, because now you're going into the next match knowing that somehow and some way you have to beat your opponent on a map that they're confident on.
Yeah, I mean, you really need to win the map you pick. And now going on to it, Krusty Crew picked Nozomi, a map we have seen QD Love play, but one that they didn't seem too confident on. So is it a matter of the Krusty Crew winning this just due to the map pick? They might be a team that is fully confident on Nozomi, their favorite map. So it's a thought. And will it have any effect of this series?
I feel it definitely is going to play on the back of the mind. The fact that, you know, they can just pop onto the stream as well. Okay, admittedly, there's a bit of a delay, but they're going to see it as they're loading in and go, guys, like, they picked this one. They're 100% going to be more confident, and we've not won on this map. Well, from what we've seen from them, we've not won on Nozomi. That's going to hit hard. That's going to play on your head. And there's two ways you walk out of this. One is you turn around and go, you know what? F that. I'm going to go in and completely dominate. The other is you go, well, we have lost. We're going to struggle and we might win. You need to be on the latter. You need the kind of, I'm going to do this no matter what mentality.
Oh, 100%. I mean, they really need to take control of this, and it seems like they were playing really well, QD Love. They weren't faulting, and there were just small errors. But Krusty Crew just took control of those errors and made them pay for it.
A lot of consistency, I think, is the best word to describe how Krusty Crew have been playing. Very consistent. They've been very precise on where they want to be. They've made sure they've created those sight lines, and that has massively helped them in their engagements, knowing that the bow and arrow isn't a quick weapon to reload with, and the revolver packs a lot of punch.
Oh, it packs a lot of punch. And punch we're seeing right now was taken down to just 1 bar of HP. Both lights regenning HP as we speak. And the fight for Vault 1 is on as it gets taken away by the portal. In the gateway, they're not going to be taking it. They're going to be taking the zip and hopefully trying to stop this plug. But it might be too late as Pack takes out one. And shots from the shack ring out, but nothing connects. As another member of Krusty Crew is down to just grab the shack last alive. Can he do something? No, he can't. The white comes out for QDL. And they're going to have control of that first cash out.
Brilliant work, though. They have chucked away that vault and wasted a good amount of time. 15. They already wasted 5 seconds. How about 10 seconds wasted? So, yes, Krusty Crew got wiped, but brilliant work for putting that vault in such an awkward position that now they're loaded in and they're already hunting and pushing towards this cash out.
Yeah. A really good job of throwing that away. You really want to keep those seconds long because time really does matter in the finals, especially when we're here in the 3v3 situation where it is just you that can steal it. You can't have another team deny the cash out from someone else. It's all about you. And this fight is about to break out.
Well, there's somebody who just dropped in front of the screen. I think that was one of his teammates, though. But how about this? Why don't we go for the steal? A later dome shield will massively help me. There's a little bit more life, but it does get stolen just in time. Krusty Crew got that under the skin of their chinny chin chin. While that's happening, Take already down and done. Nolly down to 1 HP in a dream. Pack low as well. This is a disaster for QDL. QDL now on the last limb. Pack able to find one in return. Can he stay alive to get away? A little bit of goo to delay time, but no.
Wow. What a steal. just at the wrong time. Noli just needed that winch a bit sooner, unable to get it out, and Krusty Crew capitalized. Noli put his life on the line to stop that steal, and it just didn't help. He ended up taking too much damage, and it ended up being the death of the team.
Can you get one more push? Realistically, no. And yeah,
No.
of no surprise, you are seeing Take moving in the opposite direction. They're going to concede to B site because there's not enough time to get in and get the steal in play. Even if it was a perfect push and the best quick setup possible, the chances are near to like 20% to get that happening. But round one and qualification point for Krusty Crew. We are already at that stage.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about the map areas, we're having a fight right now. It bursts out another ego fight as Feros gets one, apologies, Crab picks up the other, and that is the wipe. Another amazing ego chow. QDL seem to be on the opposite side of all these ego chows that happen, as Fnatic did one earlier, and it's not looking good for QDL.
It's not looking great, but in doing so, they can recover from it. I'm confident that they can recover from it and put up a little bit of a fight. At least force us to go a little bit further than the 2-0 sweep that it's intending and heading towards. But this is also another difficult site. This is very CQB, but once you drop it down and open up a few buildings, it becomes sightline galore. Pack is able to find one to open things up. And Take, able to stay alive? Hello?
What just happened? It seemed like Krusty Crew were playing a different game. Feros overextended massively, and the entire team completely punished for that. Feros needed to stay with the team there. Trying to play a bit of chip, it seemed, but unfortunately unable to do much and was caught off guard. And QDL will take control of that cash out, and this is the first time it looks good for QDL in this series.
It's the first, but will it be the last? That is the question you have to ask. Oh, not even half the time gone yet, so plenty of time to be able to retake. And all that it takes is a good setup, as still, we are seeing QDL set up this point, trying to make sure they have the explosions, the utility to take advantage. Point gets dropped down once again. Looked like a throwing star got thrown through, but I don't think anyone is running the throwing knives at the moment. But pressure is enough to push Krusty Crew back.
Yeah, QDL really doing a great job of holding down this push, and here comes the red barrel. Drops Feros, I believe, down the floor as Crab GPT is here, glitched. Can he do anything? Winch is back, both winches are being used, and it is an SA fight as Crab goes down. It's down to 2 from both sides. Take and Pack are both putting down damage as Nola comes back up, and it's down to 1. Crab, last alive, the heavy, can't do anything, and that will be QDL's cash out, able to put finally a cash out on the board.
An opportunity to take a map away, to do the reverse sweep that they are so desperately wanting to do. The Krusty Crew, still, they're on qualification point. They could afford to lose that fight. May not feel good, and now you're extending the game just a little bit further. They're not worried. They're not stressed. Critically right now, they need to win this vault fight to have map control as well.
They do. And this vault fight is going to come down to quite a lot. This could change the tide of the entire match, as gaining control of this vault will mean everything, and they are fighting for it. The Feros goes down, and Cartone's also down to Crab in a 2v1 situation. The Infuser keeping up. Pauk as Noli gets rezzed, and it's just down to Crab. Can he do anything? The vault is in the hands of QDL, and Crab will be staying back to try and get the rezzes off.
Yeah, get the res or allow your teammates to coin. Either or is the better way than trying to fight and spend 20 seconds of unnecessary time. So we're starting to see the players slowly spawn back in. A coin used. And here's the final fight. Well, it's not the final fight, but it's a final fight. And right now, that's a floor below setup. You could either be above, but in this case, be below. C4, gonna explode, drop it down one more floor. Not gonna force the rotation just yet. Now it definitely will, as the players of Null will quickly push in first. The Witch doing a massive job to offset and push it away. Damage is going down. Crab able to find one. An advantage for the Krusty crew, but a quick defib will bring Null back into play. And Nolly is safe and sound, and the reset can come through.
And here comes the steal once again. Another C4 placed by Noli, able to drop it down one more floor. There is the denial. They have so much time to work with here. But the steal is coming out. Winch to pull Crab from the floor below, and the winch in return. Feros though last alive. The light, can he do anything? Dashing around to evade, and he goes down. That might be it for QD Love. They might take this map. There might not be enough time for one more push.
It's gonna be extremely hard. I wouldn't be surprised if they try and rush it. It'd be a rush, put some goo up, put a dome shield down, and Hail Mary. It's the ultimate Hail Mary, but you can see they're burning the place, torching it up, because this is a site with so much greenery. Why not? And here comes the spawn. Is there enough time? 7 seconds to defuse. Not enough time. 5 seconds from the crowd are already calling. It ain't gonna go through no matter what happens. Q to Love. Tie it up and we're going to Fortune.
We are going to Fortune. A map that, honestly, halfway through this game, I thought we weren't going to be seeing. QD Love able to put up an amazing show by that final 2 cash outs, though. Changing the tide. And hey, we might see another reverse sweep. We might see him win this final map, but it comes down to this. This is another qualification game. If you don't qualify here, you've still got chances, but it is still more to play. And like you were saying earlier, this is all a game of attrition. Can you keep on playing? Is it possible? We've seen teams just deteriorate over the time that we are playing. And so it's all up to this. Who knows?
Yeah, and especially because we're now also getting to the latter end of this qualification. People are tired. People are fatigued. These guys have been doing hours before as well to get to this stage where they're being broadcast live. Amongst our amazing production, let's give a quick shout out to how brilliant they are and how they've been keeping us informed as well. So thank you very much for that. But these guys are getting tired. Their wrists are going to hurt. Their brains are sore. But now you've got to fight for a qualification. And if you don't win it here, you have to do yet another best of 3. Your final last chance is round the corner if you don't win Fortune Stadium. And right now, QDL, what they put up on the reverse sweep that they performed on Nozomi is exactly what they need to translate over. Meanwhile, the Krusty crew just need to be a bit quicker on the rotation, and they just need to be more committed to their plan. There's too much fakes, too much hesitation, and in doing so, that's allowing Q to Love to push back in, create disruptive plays, to manipulate the site off to a different angle, may it be flaming it, may it be moving it, and slows down Krusty Crew's progression.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, going on to Fortune, here we are. A map that we said has some very, very tough cash outs. We saw it. The hospital cash out, incredibly hard to push. And even the main cash outs in the main building are incredibly hard to push. It really does come down to, can the teams plan enough? Can they push these cash outs with enough force, enough pressure that they can stop any sort of defense that a team puts up?
Of no surprise, QDL, they're gonna hold and protect the hospital site as much as they can. They don't want anybody going through, as Take will take first blood. This is a very quick engagement. Hard, fast, get it done. As the 1v1 fight is lost. Krusty Crew will win that 1v1 fight against Tate, but it was quickly cleaned up by QDL.
Yeah, very, very quick and early fight. I honestly thought that it was going to start off as a 2v3, as I thought Noli was going straight into the void at the start with that jump pad. That was going to end up very differently. But a very, very strong push and take, showing why it's good to be an aggressive light. Putting up damage, numbers, kills very early on, and just forcing Crab to play in a spot that Crab was not comfortable to play in.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. You took the words out of my mouth. I would say it's a rarity, but it happens more often than you think. But thankfully, Krusty Crew, well, they didn't attack on the direction that QDL was expecting, but there is a second jump pad nearby, and they have taken it up here as, oh, hello. We're perching like owls. Who is going to enter? You're welcome. Here all day. Here all day.
This is really... Are they going to check it? I think many people don't check, are they going to be above the cash out that has no floor above it? But it seems like they've dropped, and Noli's going to be dropping directly onto the enemy team, taking out one. There's Feros with the bow. Gets two into the bodies of the enemy team, and it comes down to this. Feros last alive against a heavy and a light, and is unable to do anything. QDL take the team wipe, and that leaves more time for QDL to let this cash out simmer.
I tell you what, that bow play was beautiful, and Ferris really damaged a lot of QDL, forced them to scramble away. Yes, they had that perch position, but they thought everyone had dropped down 2 floors, and who was there? Ferris. Bang. Damage was done. Unfortunately, even with the mass amount of damage, they'd already put bullets into Krusty Crew. And they were stuck in this awkward situation of, right, now, we're already low health, and we've got a player whose weapon is not going to be strong, is above us.
Yeah, sitting above them on the goo. We saw it in another match with goo sitting on top of the area of play, and Feros, though, takes down one as this is going down. The steel coming out. Is the steel going to connect? It's not, and it's denied. Take Gates down 2 as Cartones cleans it up, but it's not enough to get the steal. QDL able to take down the steal and get the wipe. Wow.
Take. That is beautiful denial play. A mixture of body blocking, a mixture of goo to deny and stop them. And I think there was 5 touches onto that point from Krusty Crew. And each time they touched it, I was just counting that countdown go lower, lower, lower. And the risk factor going up. And if you ever need to go watch back and learn how to play time, rewatch that bit. Just that segment alone.
Yes. Rewatch it. Play on new. Listen to our voices at night. That's the best way to go to sleep, I think.
So that sounds very creepy, I'm not gonna lie. I know our voices are beautiful, but on loop in the middle, I guess you could use this as white noise.
Yeah, I think you could.
Talking of white noise, the sound of the AK. I don't think we discussed how beautiful it is to have the AK back.
It's a rare pick to see a medium take the AK. I mean, we see a lot of FAMAS, a lot of FCAR. And now we're seeing a bit of AK and also revolver action. It's a bit strange. But talking about action, Noli is just going straight in there with Crab getting hooked. Cartones goes down to the RPG, and it's down to a 3v2 in the favor of QDL. Make that a 2v2 as Crab takes out Noli. And now it's just down to 2.
2 versus 2. Make it a 3 versus 2. Already, QDL getting the job done. Crab left alive. Sweeped, wiped, and done and dusted. A steal can go through, but even with that, a lot of time taken away on a multi-story building. This can allow for a lot of different plays, a lot of different strategies. You could drop it down. If you want and position it right, you could throw this out the side of the building. There is so much you can do with this site. I'm worried for Krusty Crew and how they could even retake it.
It's a very tough cash out to attack. It's one you see on Soul that many people also don't attack. Very similar in structure to the Soul cash out. And we'll see if they can do anything. That gateway denied by the glitch grenade as the cash out is dropped down a floor, down 2. And here comes the steal.
A little bit of a tap, but a bounce pad, of course, below it will really cause a bit of chaos. But now it's perched in a good position and at an angle that still could go through. There's no easy way to get up, and the heal's coming through. It's been stolen just the last second. Oh, what a great move for the Krusty Crew. And also, they're getting the damage down as well. One less alive. Feros just needs to stay alive for a little bit longer. He's doing a great job to just survive. Little taps here and there. Enough. 7 seconds is all it takes to defuse. 7 seconds, all it takes to steal. That's all they need to do. There goes the glitch. Is there enough?
Oh no!
Is it enough?
I think it is. I think he just timed that poorly and they get the steal. And that is it. QDL are qualified for PHL. Krusty Crew will move on to the next round where they still have a chance to qualify. But it is not enough right now. QDL qualify.
Finally, the hurdle has been jumped. QDL has been in qualifying positions 2 previous times, and they've fallen short both times. First by Fnatic, then by the Ape Squad. Finally, they go against the Krusty Crew, and they get it done, but only by a second do they get it done. A second delay was all that was needed by the Krusty Crew, and we would be saying a different name that had qualified.
Yeah, very, very close game. Coming down to the seconds, as you said. And it's going to be QDL moving on, along with another team on that lower side of the qualifiers. And is going to go into this final one looking great.
Yeah, wow, that was quite a matchup. I'm kind of speechless for the most part, and really looking over my notes, the number one thing that I found was just the tempo. It was the speed that QDL started off with. They felt like they were out of sync, out of position, out of something. And then in match number 2, my basically only note is like QDL found some speed. They found their kills. They started getting some tempo going. And then in match 3, they were just a steamroller. They just seemed to have the energy. They found whatever they were missing, they corrected, and yeah, they really kind of got in there and just controlled it basically the entire match. So it was really fun to see. I'm glad that we made it all the way to Fortune. Just a really great series. But yeah, what did you think about that hyper that we just saw?
I think you've hit the nail on the head. It's very, very slow start for QDL. Dysfunctional. It almost gave me that vibe of frustration that they were walking into this round like pented up, annoyed, ready to throw something against the wall, and in doing so, comms go out of the window, the dynamics go out the window. But as soon as they realized what was on stake, the fact they would have to do yet another best of 3, I think, was the kick up the rear end they needed. And also, I think losing to their own map as well, with another kick up the rear end to say, hey, dude, lock in. And they did that exactly. Yeah, the final rounds for going into Fortune, beautiful map control, a brilliant use of rotation, aggressive off the front, made that statement. I think that did shudder and leave that mark into the Krusty Crew. So again, tempo was right where they needed it.
Yeah, no, that was exactly what I saw as well. And maybe we can take a quick look at our bracket and see where the rest of things shook up. And it does seem like Paper Cuts have made it on as well. So we have welcomed 5 teams so far: Fnatic, Ape Squad, Up and Coming, QDL, and Paper Cuts. And that leaves just 1 slot left. And Tetra, why don't you talk about these final 2 matchup?
Wow. A matchup of matchups here. We have Krusty Crew, who have just proven themselves to be able to take a map off of Krusty Crew, out of QDL. A very strong team, shown very well. And we were talking about went through 2 qualifiers. They have had 2 chances, and the third time is the right one. They finally did it. But unfortunately, Nighthammer Brisket have also made it here. I thought they would shine, but unfortunately not. They've lost to Paper Cuts. Paper Cuts making it through. Nighthammer Brisket, the aforementioned amazing team that have the sledgehammer in place. So we'll see how Krusty Crew deal with that sledgehammer.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a matchup. I am amazed that both teams have made it this far. I kind of thought that both were going to qualify at multiple stages, so this will be really intense. Some hearts will be broken. I know that everybody out there is really rooting for a sledge as well, so we might see some really interesting action going on, and I believe that we're getting the map bans set up real quick. But yeah, this is going to be our final match of today. Best of three. And one thing that I do want to point out is that both best of threes with Hammer, Knife, and Brisket, and also Paper Cuts went all the distance as well. So they went to 3 matches. These are 2 teams that have played a ton. But yeah, Tetra, talk us through these maps.
Well, we've got Krusty Crew picking Bernal, a map that we've seen them play and very strong. Monaco, a map we've not seen today, picked by Knives, Hammer, and Brisket. A map that, honestly, I would suspect Sledge being a bit tough to play on. And then finally, Sis Horizon, a wonderful map. I think an all-rounding map to hopefully end our final match of the day on a very, very strong all-rounding map.
Yeah, this is a wonderful lineup. We've talked a lot about Bernal, but Hyper, Monaco, we haven't really seen that today. What are your thoughts on bringing a sledge to Monaco?
First of all, happy Monaco's on there because you can't leave out the baby, the bread and butter of this game. Monaco, the first map they made, which took them 2 years to make, right? You can't leave that out, all right? Okay, now that rant's out the way. I'm glad we're getting Monaco, but I'm actually not worried. You know, we spoke about when we went to Skyway that we were worried about how Sledge would be used in these type of situations, but we were proven completely wrong. We saw how brilliant Knives, Hammer, and
Brisket.
Bagel, or
Bagel. Yeah, let's roll with that. That's a good one.
Basically, no, I'm going to call them Knives from now on. It's just too many words. The Knives demonstrated how easy it is to manipulate that map, to manipulate the site, where you can leave it at the top and just slowly break it floor by floor when they needed to stop those steals coming through, to make it that little bit harder. And even if you do drop it to the floor, it's going to be death.
Well, everybody, it has all come down to this one slot left, and we pass it off for one more time to Hyper and Tetra. Take it from here and give them a show.
The spices, speedies, and the food are delicioso. It's here in Brunel. It's here where we get the only map that really proves horizontal gameplay rather than the vertical gameplay. Of course, bar Kyoto, but that's permanently banned amongst all gameplays.
Yeah, we don't talk about Kyoto here. We don't mention its name. We don't say the K word over here. And as we're talking about good maps, a good fight is actually breaking out from one side of the theater to the other. Brisket goes down to low HP, but is able to get out. Brisket is just taking these shots of the revolver and is just baiting for the entire team. And the vault has been moved away by Knives. Sorry, apologies, by Krusty Crew. And it's looking good so far for Krusty Crew.
Yeah, it's a brilliant way to kick things off. It's fast, it's furious, and already we are seeing the Krusty Crew take advantage of the fact they have somebody with a revolver that can do huge amount of damage at distance, but then you have somebody who's going to get up close and personal. No bonk just yet. There it is! Average man will find one.
That was a bonk of the century. Sort of just teed up to him completely. Up the zip line and directly into line of sight. And it's down to a 2v2. Brisket low HP, but Brisket makes it a 1v2. Crab able to pick up Cartones. And now a 2v2. Light and heavy versus heavy and medium. Who wins in this situation? The goo comes out and it's still anyone's fight.
It very much could be anyone's game. Volt is now going to go into cash out. No, it's actually left alone. My apologies. I thought it was moving for a second. But nonetheless, it's going to stay still. It's going to stay on point. This is just a fight of control. Just to understand who's going to be what, when, where, how, why. And I thought that Sledge was going to do the job. No, it's going to take me down. One light left and the revolver. Oh my god, it's dirty.
Yeah, the revolver is able to deal so much damage in such a short amount of time. It is crazy. I mean, we saw Mickey use it in the close qualifiers for the major, and he put up some crazy shots. So it's awesome to see it here in PHL and really deal some great damage with it.
I feel with the way the meta is forming, long range becoming more and more viable. I'm waiting for somebody to pull out sniper at this point. Light sniper? Anybody? No?
Hey, it could work. It could work.
Well, how about a little bit of setting up? I always love a good setup here and there as the Krusty crew decide to just put a bit of smoke on the inside, make sure that the press is going to be dangerous and damageful as Brisket will fall to the floor as immediately a trade will come through. Ferris will drop down, so no bow and arrow, no off-meta plays. And the heavy of average, low on health, but thanks to the H-Fuser, will stay alive.
Yeah, we're talking about off-meta. Average man able to pick up Cartonis with the C4. And they're going to get the res off from Brisket. But Pharos with a lovely bow shot from one side of the building to the other. Average man picks up Brisket, and it's down to a 2v2. The sledge in hand. Can it happen? The steal just tapped. And trying to drop it down. Trying to use that goo to be able to get the steal from below. It's still down to 2. Can this work?
Still possible. No team wipes gone through, but that's a huge, huge neutralization. Get the glitch in and get it sorted. And also the goo still keeping him close. Bonk him on the head. Get him out of here. Done, dusted. And only one left, which means an easy steal can come through. Maybe a slight disruption if he goes and risks it, which is exactly what he's going to look to do. Goo's going to come in. That's going to land perfectly. The deny comes through. And that won't be enough because the steal will still happen.
Yeah, riding that cash out like a surfboard. On top of it, average man with the sledge. Oh, and he's found his final victim. Here comes the sledge. It's here to hit like a truck, and it does. That is the first cash out for Knives. And they'll start to move their way to Vault 2 as Krusty Crew are wiped.
It's going to hurt. The first wipe of the game, and we're already 5 minutes into regulation time. That's quite a long time, actually, for the finals. Now, I was starting to age about 5 years, and I could start feeling the wrinkles before that came through.
Yeah, we'd have 401ks by the end of this first team wipe.
401ks? Are we in America now?
We are, yes.
We've been getting our pensions. Let's get the right terminology here. But while this is all happening, a glitch barrel thrown onto point. It's going to do a little bit of damage, but it's all about that revolver. As once again, here at the Cathedral, the revolver does its job.
I enjoyed the song. I think we need a theme song for the revolver every time it gets more than 2 kills. I like that. Revolver. I think it needs... Yeah, I think Embark, if you're here, let's add that.
Add my voice line into the game. Yeah, why don't we? I would love that. It'd be the greatest honor in the world. But cash out being pushed to the outside, allowing for easier sight lines to come through, and especially of a team that is more long range, you might as well take advantage. And well, that isn't the best way when you get caught out in the open, but you're also caught behind the sledge. That's not a fun position to be in.
Yeah, not at all. And Kiowani with the knives, able to take out one. And these lights are like mosquitoes, dealing so much damage and being annoying. But the sledge is even worse, as his sledge takes out one and Kiowani takes out another. And that is the wipe and control of the cash out for KHB.
Beautiful. Absolute beautiful. Get this site back to yours. And you can see exactly what they're looking to do. Goo it up, make it hard, make it so that you have to be all close and personal. Go on, look, add a little roof to it, please. Roof?
Yeah,
question.
Making a nice pyramid
there
of
we
goo,
go.
it seems.
It feels like an igloo you're looking at.
An igloo.
for a second, you could see the eyes look at that goose slot and was just a hell no situation. But here comes that up close and personal fight that you need to go through. But the revolver doing huge amounts of damage. Crab will drop to the floor. But how about a second from the throwing knives? It's just more and more. Good night, sweet moon. It's done as map 1 will go to Knives, Hammer, and Brisket.
What a final push. Kikawani able to take out 2 members and then deal a lot of damage for Average Man to clean it up. And then at the end there, staring at the top of the arena, looking at his own memorabilia as it shines through the stadium, saying he got the kill streak. It was him, no one else.
What a round. Nobody really demonstrated to be the dominant force in this game. Knives, Hammer, and Brisket forced Krusty Crew to come close to them, but at the same time, Krusty Crew was also forcing Knives, Hammer, and Brisket to play outside, and both sides knowing how to manipulate their sights according to their preferences. Both sides knew how to use their map control to bring each other closer or away. It all came down to just the team fights when they physically got to each other, and Knives, Hammer, and Brisket found an ability at the end to draw Krusty Crew into the center, into the sledge that is of Average Man.
Yeah, a very, very scary sledge as well. It almost feels like every time, I feel like Average Man, when he plays, just has an angry face and kind of yells at people. I feel like that's kind of the vibe I'm getting from him. It feels like he plays heavy with anger behind him. And it works. He's dealing a lot of damage and it's being a very effective heavy. So they might have to do what QDL did, where they have to figure out, how do we counter it? Oh, apologies, I don't think it was QDL, apologies. But figuring out, how do we counter the sledge? How do we deal with this? How can we stop the sledge from being good?
Well, either way, they've got to think of something on the spot. We're going to the first map that was ever created. It's developed along the way. It's gone from a beautiful, traditional map, the true spirits of Monaco. And if you do look on Google Maps, you will actually find this place. For reference, but we've added a few sponsors around here as slowly we build up the storyline of the finals, but it is an iconic map. It's supposed to be the counter towards a close quarter group. I disagree, though. I think this will be the advantage that Knives, Hammer, and Brisket will use.
Yeah, it's gonna be an advantage that is needed. And I believe we've got a CL40 in play. Cartones took my advice literally of how to counter the sledge and went, yeah, I'm going to use the big old grenade launcher. I think that's also an M60 in play on the heavy. A bunch of guns we don't usually see, and it's all breaking out. Will it be worth it? Feros, Crab, takeout 2, and it's down to Average Man, the sledge. Have they countered him well? They have, and that's the wipe. The first wipe of the game, and it's so much quicker than the 5-minute wipe we had last game. This could go the way of Krusty Crew.
My brain's broken. Did someone actually bring a grenade launcher to the pro scene of the finals? I moan every single time someone picks up the CL40. I moan at them so bad. But somehow he's making it. I'm stepping away. No,
There's one man that is smiling right now, and that man is Rio. Rio is smiling cheek to cheek. He is loving the fact that there is a CL40 in play.
I don't like it, but I'm loving it. This is incredible, and it's still working perfectly. It's a damage infuser. It's massively pulling in the damage that you need. And right now, Knives, Hammer, and Brisket, who have been making everybody start to think, can't do anything about it. And even lost when it came to CQB. Oh my lord. This is incredible.
And here's the M60 being put to use. A gun you really do not see that often. And the melee to finish it off. That is 2 wipes in the row for Krusty Crew. They took last game as an insult. They are taking control, and they have. That is 2 wipes in a row for Krusty Crew. Can it be 3?
if they make it 3, it's going to be the biggest damage to their ego. They're not going to be happy. They're really going to question everything. And of course, being ranked, the ranked rule set as well, you can't change your weapons as well. You're stuck with what you've got. You've got to commit. And right now, this commitment is perfect. A quick and aggressive push will find themselves a little bit close and personal as one person is left around. That's Crab, stuck out in the open, winched as well, and oh my god, you don't want to be winched and grenade launched into it. That's not going to help. Nice Hammer and Brisket left alive. He's having to duck and somehow stay alive, but that M60 just punishes you.
Yeah, just that constant fire rate with such good damage really shows why the M60... Hey guys, maybe there isn't a meta in the finals. Maybe there's flow and it's balanced. Maybe the M60 is actually the greatest gun in the game.
Okay, let's not push ourselves too far.
Okay, sorry. I got a bit ahead of myself there. Sorry. I got a bit ahead of myself there.
There's still a very wide plethora of weapons, but it brings back to the Season 8 question is, what is the meta? And I'm loving the fact that these weapons are so balanced and you can change things up, but we focus on the here and now and the crazy calls that we have. Vault being opened up, and right now map control in favor of the Knives, Hammers, and Brisket, but not in the usual way you expect. Well, everyone would be on the roofs. They're not on the roofs just yet. Well, now they are.
They're getting there. The roof battles are commencing, bit by bit. And Krusty Kree in control of that cache, of that vault. Will they be able to take it to the other side? But, oh! Average Man with a wonderful goo mid-air. Unable to close it out. But here comes the closure of the gap. Average Man trying to sniff out Cartones, trying to figure out where is he at. But it looks like Crab on the other side of the map is able to take down one. The goo isn't enough. The winch comes out and it's not enough. It's down to Brisket, low HP, and that's another wipe. Knives aren't able to do a single bit of damage so far. It has been wipe after wipe after wipe after wipe on the side of Krusty Crew. They are looking dominant.
This is actually a really good combination. You've got your long range from the bow and arrow. You have a lovely grenade launcher that does a plethora of damage, and then the finisher is that M60 that is massively tickling the damage down. Actually, tickling's the wrong word. It is eating away. And in doing so, you can keep that range. You can fight against a team that is so CQB that it's almost impossible for them to do anything with that.
Almost impossible. We might see impossible become possible. As here comes Kiko trying to gain any sort of space they can, because Average Man needs that space. He needs to get that sledge into use. And right now, Krusty Crew are stopping that from happening. They are playing the safe game.
They're going to have to go over the engagement of the fights, see what they can do. Is there any way to even push away or at least gain control of site? Then they can start bunkering in and maybe go for the steal, but they're still aggressing to find any kill. No kills gone through so far. Brisket gets half health damage, but in doing so, how about a burning flame? Why is Average Man burning up? He's not moving. What's happening here?
Oh no.
Has Average Man gone and disconnected? That is the question we have to ask, but nonetheless, Brisket's now left. He gets taken out, and that was critical because that was their last full and proper strategical attempt.
Unfortunately, no pause will be able to happen. Cash is in the cash box. Fight is happening. And unfortunately, an awful time to crash. But nevertheless, Krusty Crew takes that second map.
Oh, so unfortunate. I want to sit here and hype up the fact you've gone to 1-1, going to distance, but there's now those what-if questions. What if Average Man was still in the game? He wouldn't have burnt to death. He wouldn't have been able to create cover. There's a lot of questions, and we wait on the rolling. I feel it is just going to continue to map 3, but we wait on the rolling to confirm what's going to happen.
We will be going to a third map. We shall not be replaying that at all. We're We're going to map 3. We're going 1-1 into this third map. And I believe it is Krusty Crew's map pick, if I'm not mistaken, for Sis Horizon. And it's going to be a good one.
It's going to be the Krusty Crews picking this one. And I tell you what a way. The final match of EU is going to be a nail-biter. It is going to go the distance. And the way these guys have been playing, it has been 2-1, 2-1. Sorry, 2-0, 2-1. My mistake. Let me get that correct. And if it continues with this trend, we might have to go to the very, very last cash out. And if it does, I am going to be the most ecstatic man you're ever going to see. This is the way we do qualifying.
It's been an intense road that we've gone along. And right now, we're at the end of that road. The final map to come to it. Any predictions at all, Hyper?
It's hard. It's hard because the Krusty Crew just put a spanner in the work. They turned around and went, yeah, okay, cool, that's awesome. Yeah, let's play our weird game. Let's pull out something that nobody's going to use, nobody knows how to counter, and run with it. It's so bizarre. Yeah, I can't predict it. Chat, if you've got anything to predict from that, please let us know which way you sway, because both teams, in my eyes, deserve to go through.
I totally agree. Both teams have fought a massive battle to get here. I mean, they have played almost half the teams here. They have gone so far and come so long. It really comes down to this. And unfortunately, by the end of this map, we're going to have to say no to one of these teams. They will not qualify for PHL Season 2. And so it comes down to this. These 3 cash outs. Possibly 2. If it goes the way of what we saw earlier, and it could literally come down to anything. This is the most unpredictable map, I feel, that we are watching today.
Well, if we want the unpredictability, it's got to continue. It's got to finish here and on Sis Horizon, a map that is described, the esports map, the one that everyone enjoys going on, has that nice balance of range, good areas that you can play CQB, but it does have that also vertical play, it has that horizontal play. It's just a well-oiled, well-made map, and to make life easier, 0 variance. So you know what you're getting.
You know what you're getting, and you're getting a great map. Shout out to whoever made the concept of Sis Horizon. Whoever it was, the group of people that made it. We love Embark. Heart Embark.
Heart Embark. What I need in Chinese. We love you.
We do.
Anyway, back to the game ahead of us. The decider, the final map of the qualifiers. One team will not go and play in Pro Hubs. One team will, as much as we want them both. They're both pulling out the crazy strats, and I tell you what, it's working once again. The CL-40 still in hand, doing huge amount of damage. Nearly gets the kill onto Kiko. Kiko will eventually get taken away from Crab, but Brisket has a return answer. 1 for 1 with no res coming back all just yet. As Cartons is a little too far away to do any healing.
Oh, the sledge. Out of nowhere, though. And that's the wipe, actually. That was it.
Done. Dusted.
That was done.
Sorted.
That was done. They eliminated each other at the same time.
Well, that will allow the opening for the vault. Unfortunately, all the time that they had to move, rotate, do things like that will disappear. Like, Kiko will get a good rotation coming through, but they won't have time to set up, and that's a disadvantage to play here. They're a team that has great weaponry to set up, and I am not going to be surprised if they chuck that in the alley.
No, not at all. This is one that they've set up quite well. You hear the sounds of the goo gun being used from afar, and they aren't actually ready for them, but able to take out one of them. This Pharos goes down. Cartones misses the defib, it seems, repositioning. But here comes Average Man. The goo to block him off, but it's not enough as he comes through the wall. And here comes the sledge, takes out one, and it's down to Kikuani, who gets another, and that is another wipe for Krusty Crew.
What a round! You know, as my strategy in mind was put that in the alley. You now have to force the Krusty Crew to come to you. You're still playing CQB. There's an ability to drop down, but instead they're using these hallways to negate their cover, to keep them close and personal. And that's the exact style that Knives, Hammer, and Brisket want to play. It's beautiful. It's different, and I can't describe how different it is other than saying it's different.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with just saying it's different. And they've created this igloo, as I'm going to call it. And here comes the M60. Wonderful to be able to get rid of all that goo, create an opening. And they realize that this could be it. But it's dropped down. RPGs comes out. And now it's just a matter of the fight. Average Man going to try and take some fights. As the sensor goes out, they know where they are. They just have to deal with them. Knives flying across the screen. And nothing's happening. The steel coming out. Are they going to stick it? They're sticking it. Cartones is stuck. As Average Man goes in behind the cash out to deny it. And that is the denial. Kikawani takes out one, and stuck in the goo is Cartones with the sledge. It's down to Crab. No time on the steel, and that will go to Knives.
Brilliant work for Knives, Hammer, and Brisket. A little kiss in midair as well, as their Average Man kisses up to Cartoons. And I don't think he'll appreciate a smooch like that in a situation that they're in. Anyways, Knives, Hammer, and Brisket, qualification point. They are one cash out away from going into the Pro Hub League. One cash out is all it takes.
That's all it takes. And in control are Knives. The team, the Krusty Crew, do not want to be in control. This could mean danger for them. Being in control of that cash out, especially one around this area, is not looking good for them. As there is the plug, and time is ticking. They are terrified now.
You gotta be worried. Especially, again, another CQB cell site that you could play off. That's exactly what this Knives team want to bring forward. As we are starting to see now a bit of kiting. Baited for the kite, but didn't take it. Average Man was trying to force a few players away from site, but no, they think better of it. And maybe think better of getting too close, as Average Man will find Crab and says thank you very much. Down to Kiko, left alive. All he needs to do is just get a revive in play and potentially deny the steal.
Will he be able to get the revive off? As Ferris is trying to deny the revive, the steal comes out, and everything is looking up for Krusty Crew. They're in control. It's a 2v3 now, as Brisket is brought up. Average Man, very close to being able to coin. They might wait for him to come back.
Makes more sense. Coin it in, have your full team here. You've got one last push. One opportunity to decide whether you qualify and get to compete in the Pro Hub League, or if you're not. This is the final push.
This could be it, as you were saying, for Knives. The Red Baron in hand to deny, and they've got it in a great situation for them. The sledge, though, will need to get in there if he wants to deny the steal. And they're just playing time. Good up top. And there is nothing they can do.
It's a great perch position. Absolutely perfect perch position that can really deny a lot of play, but as the time starts to tick down, immediately the rest of the Knives are starting to push in. They have to go for a desperate steal, which is going to force a lot of the players to jump in. The explosion from the C4 and the grenade launcher will deny. We say for another round.
And it comes down to this.
Oh my.
The final cash out of the day. This is for both teams a qualification cash out now. Whoever takes this is through to Pro Hub Season 2. Whoever loses, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to. And it is down to the wire.
We've got 13 minutes to play it as well. They don't have to rush it. They can take their time. They can set up. They can go for these ego chows. They can do whatever they want. They know. All eyes watching them right now. The pressure mounted up, but both sides have fought equally as well. Again, like the maps before, they know how to force each other into their strengths. And then it becomes that little even battle that you just don't know how to counter each other.
Talking about countering each other, Veros able to put up some lovely bow shots there, taking Average Man down to half HP. Enough to sort of put a spanner in the works and use up a bit of the infuser that they have. And they're just searching for members of Knives, trying to find where someone might lie, and if it's worth going to A, or if it's worth going to D and trying to start that cash out station.
They also know D is a lot more indoors than A is. You're handing an advantage over to Knives, Hammer, and Brisket, and they're having to do it. They just know that they would get wiped, then immediately it's going to be an advantage towards Knives, Hammer, and Brisket. It was a lose-lose situation. And right now, Knives, they're saying thank you because this is the first chance that they have that they could potentially take control and use the site against each other.
Average Man, a very aggressive C4 there. And the timer has started for this final cash out. Just gone by, and that is fighting. And it seems we've had another issue. Going to be pausing for a moment.
Looks like it is Kiko who has disconnected from the lobby, hence why we're going to have this quick pause in play. But this is the worst time as well to have your game disconnect, because now you've just stopped the entire momentum of the game. Everybody who's midway through fighting, or you've got that adrenaline pumping, you get to the state of what we call icing out your opponent.
Yeah. I mean, maybe this goes and helps the ways of Knives. It seems like that maybe this slows down the momentum and maybe this helps out Knives. And here comes the unpause. Down to just Average Man. Wenched in, and not much he can do in this last situation. And will go down, trying to reset his team. And they will be wiped.
Not a best situation. Knives are going to be very disappointed and unhappy, as they have just essentially been robbed of an opportunity here. They will now have one more attempt to push onto now a ranged site. They've got to go beyond the site, go towards the college, and fight on there. That is a tall ask to do.
But here comes the engagement. And this could be the last one of the match. The winner of this fight goes through. The loser knocked out. And it's down to this sledge. Average Man going in, trying to place a C4, trying to deny and drop that cash out. Drops it down the floor. And there is almost no time left. Average Man low on HP, and here comes Feros. Kiowani takes out one. It's down to a 2v3. Feros, low HP, almost goes down, but Cartones with the CL takes out one. It's down to Feros. There's no time, and it's Krusty Crew that is going through to PHL Season 2.
What a fight. At the end of the day, even though it wasn't the site they wanted to use, it's the site they made it their own. They created that sight line, that opening to get angles, but it was so quickly read by Knives, and you cannot take away from game knowledge on game sense, because something like that isn't taught. That takes time to learn. Hats off, Knives. You should be proud, though you will not be competing in PHL. An honorary congratulations should be given to them.
Yeah, especially for playing that sledge. What an amazing play. So good.
Okay, well, that was very unexpected. That kind of breaks my heart because Average is a good friend and I was really rooting for him. But hey, that's how the cookie crumbles. And my God, did we see something that I've been waiting for? I've been waiting 2 years. We saw a CL40, and not only that, but we saw it work. Like I just have a note in my notes that's just CL40/M60 and then a ton of question marks. And then we go to the next page and it's basically CL40 plus height equals win. And that's what happened. They just stayed on top of them. They had the range. They had enough to just slow them down just a little bit and just deal that damage. And Cartones, for running the CL40, you're my friend forever. But it's just that wild mix. The adaptability too is what we tend to see in these higher tier teams. We see them that they're able to completely pivot, completely just turn something on its head, and I got to give them credit because they did it well. That's not to discount anything that we just saw from the Knives, Hammer, and Brisket because wow, they're an amazing team. They came far, they played all day, and yeah, it just what an amazing matchup. And Tetra, we'll start with you. Did you have any highlights from that last series?
I mean, just the sledge is so exhilarating. Love watching the sledge and such an aggressive heavy player. So fun to watch. I think the combination with that and the double light, because remember, they were playing HLL, a very uncommon setup to have in competitive. So it's really interesting to see how that worked and see them go so far. They really proved themselves. And it's a shame we won't be seeing them.
Yep, absolutely. And actually, one of my notes as well is that I wonder if they would have run a more standard heavy, light, medium comp, and they would have had a medium in there to kind of heal average and kind of make him more of the focus, might have been better. I don't know. I can't really speculate because they're definitely trying to do their own thing, and it like almost worked for them. So I can speculate all I want, but we'll turn it over to you, Hyper. Did you have any highlights, anything that you saw that really stood out from this last matchup?
I think really it's that adaptability that both teams seem to have. They take a situation that favors them, it slowly fades away, and it's how quickly they realize, okay, this isn't working. How can we go about to make it our own again? For instance, the multiple times that when it became CQB, we saw the igloo start to form, or the house, whatever you want to call that goo
Igloo.
structure.
I like that. I
Um,
really am.
and then very quickly we start to see, all right, so they're creating an igloo, let's destroy it, pull it out, or at least use it to our own wanting. And then once they were starting to use it, it was like, okay, no, that's not going to work. So how do we still keep them close without creating these cycles? It just kept doing that. And I love how it just kept going back and forth. And I couldn't sit here and say who was going to win because it was so even. And then, of course, grenade launcher. As much as I don't want to confess it, it's viable. It's viable. There, you heard it from me. It's viable.
It's definitely viable, and it worked. It turned the entire tide, and it basically the way that I saw it excel. And this is just from a CL40 main. Inside of buildings, you are able to deal so much damage, and with the team that was playing so close to each other and around one player, you're able to isolate that, and anybody that came close, even to heal them up, was just getting the splash damage. So it countered what they were doing, which was bringing a hammer into a small room and then smashing everybody in there. And I just think it was brilliant. And yeah, basically best friends for life. So I just, yeah, I think that let's take one final look at the bracket and let's congratulate our teams, say goodbye to all of the rest that fought their hearts out. But let's take one final look, and that is Fnatic, Ape Squad, Upcoming, Q Did Love, the Paper Cuts, and finally, the Krusty Crew. Congratulations, everybody. You have made it far, and we will see you in the play days of PHL Season 2. Everybody else, thank you guys for putting on a show. Try again, go back, fight it out. Play some scrims, definitely stick around in PHL, and hopefully we'll see you again in Season 3. But I think that that is probably a good place to wrap it up. We will... Oh, well, there's credits there. I was going to give Hyper and Tetra one more shout out. Guys, give one more thought. Any ending things? We'll start with you, Tetra. Any final thoughts before we go today?
We need to see more sledge. If anyone's watched today, please just swap out the essay and the winch. Let's go goose ledge. Let's just make some more goose ledges.
All right. What about you, Hyper?
I think that what we saw just in qualifications is really just the tip of the iceberg that we're about to push into. We already know the teams that we're walking into, the big names, the qualified teams that are already going to the major, but realistically, it is going to be interesting how these new teams merge with the existing, as we are seeing more and more teams, players step up and challenge the top dogs. As mentioned, even in the major, some big names have already fallen. So I'm excited for it. I'm pumped for the in season.
Well, that's a perfect way of saying it. And honestly, today has been amazing. But if you guys are up for it, there's more games coming today, or we still have North America to come. So if you are ready for that in 3 hours, that will be starting off. But you know what? If you don't want to tune in, we have the play days coming up with every Wednesday and Saturday. So be sure to tune in, see how these teams are shaping up, because I promise you, some of the teams you're seeing today will be the next ones running to the Grand Major. But with that, I am going to say goodbye, and yeah, we will see you next time. My name's Rio. I'm joined with Hyper and Tetra, and yeah, we will see you again.